spoke about something quite important. About how is it that we make it locally relevant? That's what I read and heard from what he was saying. How it is it that we take what's international and give it the African flavor? Now, Mercedes-Benz, Heineken, coffee. Three of my favorite things. I do hope that each one of you has left something for the audience at least. Like maybe a test drive and maybe a coffee machine and maybe a case. No? Oh, okay, probably not. Okay. But I want to ask you, when you were hearing what Tebo was saying and doing what you do, how do you translate what he was talking about in terms of creating a brand that's, yes, it's global, it's international, it's headquartered elsewhere, but a brand that is locally relevant and is actually resonates with your African consumer? I'll start with you.
So I think if you want to sum it up in one word, is relevance. We are, Mercedes-Benz is a global brand and with a very strong heritage. And heritage has power, but heritage also comes, I call it, with the old skin. Legacy brands come with doing the same thing over and over and then expecting a different result.
True.
So the brand that is now 140 years old, Mercedes-Benz celebrates that this year, has had to reinvent itself many times, and we learned many hard lessons in terms of where we've managed to make a success of what we've done and where we've managed to not make a success of it because of so many disruptors that have now come into the market. But relevance, regardless of whether it's Mercedes being sold in Korea versus Mercedes-Benz sold in South Africa, the narrative is different, the product is the same.
No, very good. I like that. Andrea, I'm going to come to you. And in fact, this is where I'm going to ask you to actually hit us with that list of high-end companies that you've actually gone and made a difference in while you answer the question.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and it's wonderful to see so many faces here, so many young faces here today. Relevance is good for business. I've worked on a number of global brands. I was at Unilever when I started off. I worked on Dove, Rexona, and then I went to SAB Miller, which then became AB InBev. So I've worked on a lot of local jewels over there: Carling Black Label, Castle Lager, Castle Light, Brutal Fruit.
Wow.
And then I went to Coca-Cola, where I headed up the coffee category. So I know quite a bit about coffee as well. And the thing about coffee is that coffee is very local. So different markets prefer different tastes, So even though we have these global brands like Costa Coffee, understanding the local preferences was actually super important. And now with Heineken beverages, and I'd just like to correct, there is the Heineken brand, but we've got some incredible local jewels like Savannah, which is the largest cider in the world. So that's a really amazing thing. We've got brands like Klipdrift. We've got brands like J.C. Leroux, as I like to call it, and Amarula, which is really amazing. But just going back to your question around global versus local, there's a realization that, having global brands gives you the premium, gives you the cachet. You're able to sponsor the Champions League. A local brand would never be able to do that. But there's also a realization that if you want to be truly, if you want to truly grow in a market and grow brand power and grow market share, you have to be relevant. And so my soundbite is that relevance is good for business. And so making sure that you connect and you reflect and you engage the African consumer is actually good for business.
Nice. And for you, please come in with it as well, Jermaine.
I think, just based on what Andrea says, coffee is such a personal thing for many consumers. And I think the imperative part of it, especially looking at a global brand, is to break through that centralized approach and how you get to localize it. And from a coffee perspective, I mean, looking at South Africans, we typically have a milder taste profile, a lot sweeter, a preference to coffee. And I think that comes with innovation. And when centralized or global innovation pushes for a certain agenda, it's to take a step back and to realize, but what works for our market? And also to show up for your consumer. I think what Jacobs has done incredibly well with across the teams is initiating hawker programs, entrepreneurial programs where we support small businesses to almost make that product more accessible to the everyday user and kind of speak the language and speak to the consumer in our narrative. So even though there's a global archetype, is 100% trying to drive as much as we can to spoke the local language and show up from an innovation perspective.
Oh, brilliant. In fact, please hold on to the mic for a little bit, Domain. I want to talk about brand leadership today, building on from what you've just said now. What's changed most in your role over the past few years in that space, brand leadership?
Sure. I think as a brand leader, you continuously need to kind of take a step back and reassess where you're at. And I think it is such a, like a incredible keynote speaker said, it's such a volatile market and it's rapidly changing. And he mentioned it, and it is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but absolutely Gen Z is, I think, the biggest challenge. It is understanding the narrative and almost forgetting what you think you know, and really tapping into the insights of what consumers actually ask for. Because a brand needs to show up for the consumer. They are your bread and butter. And if you don't deliver on their expectation, it's almost forgetting what you think you know and really tapping into what the consumer is asking for.
No, bro. I'm going to ask you, Miles, to take this one, because the next one I'm going to ask you to kick off on the next question. So please, please do answer the same as you would, Miles, in terms of brand leadership and what it means to you today.
What has changed?
Yeah.
My bosses are now accountants, compliance officers, head of legal,
regulation people,
regulated. I think what has changed, I think pain changes a lot of things. I mean, a bigger vision pulls, through pain. So a brand that has been flying very high for a very long time, like Mercedes-Benz, then is now disrupted in a market where our volumes are not always where it should be. We're still selling a lot of the top-end cars, Maybachs, G-classes. We don't struggle with that, S-classes. However, at a local front, the business model needs volume. And that's our challenge.
And the middle class is being squeezed in South Africa.
100%. I mean, it's this fight for purse, with the wallet, or continuously. It's difficult. But I think data is cool. It's just what do you do with data? And how do systems talk to each other? We talk about customer journey and customer experience, but if that point don't talk to that point, or that point talks there, and then there's a little misalignment with the data, and then you're like, fuck, is this data really sound? Sorry for my language. I saw Pat warned me before I come, don't swear, Miles. I'm like, he doesn't even know me. No, I'm kidding. I think data is fundamentally what has changed the game. AI has changed it for us also to a large extent. And what we do with that data is the big question. In a direct selling model, maybe let me just quantify what that really means, is that we own the product as the manufacturer. We own the price. That means you can't go down the road to another Merc dealer and say, I want a better price on this car. The price is the price. It's like an airline ticket. It's got to do with stock. It's got to do with spec. It's got to do time of the month. We're probably more desperate to sell the car at the end of the month. So go that time, guys. We're going to make our targets. But it's based on intelligent pricing.
I'm going to pause you there and ask you this question. Have you ever gone against the data? Trusted your instinct and been right?
Thank God, yes.
Say more.
I mean, we've had the responsibility to spec the vehicles when they come in, and if you get that wrong, you have 400 cars that cost 2 million plus. That is the wrong spec.
Yeah.
And global will tell you something, local will tell you something, dealers will all tell you. You put 5 dealers in a room, groups, and they all tell you different.
Like lawyers, eh?
So at the end of the day, your instincts and your feel of the market is very important.
Oh, bro.
And I mean, I pick up the phone and I phone the customer. The customer, community is so important in today's market. You need a community of people that are brand advocates, that are willing to sit down with you and help you develop your strategy. I mean, when it comes from the customer, I rather take that over data sometimes. Yeah.
I like that. And this brings me perfectly into asking you this, Andrea. That ethos of, like, you do have the data. It's a data-saturated environment, as I said in my introduction. Yet there is still that human interaction that's required to refine what you're seeing and hearing, where you can now bring in human wisdom into that space. And tech and AI in particular has been highly disruptive over the last 8 years, maybe even longer, but more so over the last 5 years. From your cross-market experience, are these disruptions, are they global? Or do they play out slightly differently in South Africa?
What a question.
Huskies.
Let me think a little bit about that one.
Sure.
So the one thing that I did want to say is that with all of these disruptions, the fundamentals are more important than ever. Clarity on your purpose of your brand, clarity on what winning looks like, what you want to achieve, a strong brand positioning with a consistent and compelling visual identity. So the things that we were taught about marketing in the past are still relevant. And actually, I think they're more relevant today than they ever were before. Creativity is more relevant now than it was before, because you have to cut through so much clutter, and you have to cut through so much information, over information coming over. If I think of the markets that I've worked in, and in terms of the disruption, I would say it varies by market. So you will see markets like Japan, oh my gosh, like it is on another level in terms of the amount and the way they use data to make decisions. And so I would say there's some markets that see this disruption in a much faster rate, and so they have to innovate faster. If you look at the work that Coca-Cola is doing around AI, they've recently appointed a chief technical digital officer as part of the global board. I mean, that global board is like powerhouses of all powerhouses, but they've put that person over there because AI is a key capability that they want to really bring through the organization. And then you'll see markets like ours in Africa that I would say is a little bit more low-tech. There is a lot of disruption from a digital perspective. M-Pesa is one of them. I think nearly 100% penetration of cell phone, so data, social media. So that has changed, but not, I would say, to the level that some of the other, dare I say, more, I would say, richer countries have.
And in that same space, I think I put it on. I wanted to comment. Nope. Yes, it's on. Sorry, Andrea. In that same space, the idea behind using your instinct when that kicks off. Have you been in a similar situation, like Miles described, where it was data versus instinct? Got it right, and you're like, shoo.
So the funny thing is that instinct is gut, and it comes from here, neuroscience. It comes from here, and it's based on the experience. So it's triggered by your brain. So gut and instinct is very important because I've seen this thing before. And yes, I have. I remember there was a really disruptive campaign we were doing, and that was still when I was at SAB, the No Excuse campaign. And we put it in front of consumers and our black label consumers, and they were like, "Don't do it! You're going to destroy the brand! Don't do it!" So there was a lot of feedback that we couldn't do it because this, because that. And we went against it. I went against it, and it was a very big risk that I took. But I did that because I fully understood what the objective was and what the outcome was. And the outcome was shaping masculinity, changing masculinity. And the reason the data was telling me not to do it was because it was going to be difficult and it was uncomfortable for the consumer, but it was still the right thing to do. And so we went ahead and we did it. And it's been, but we did it in a very, I would say, sensible way.
Yeah.
I had an agency partner, a lady called Felicia from MC Sports, and we worked with government and we worked with NGOs. So we got everybody on board because we knew there was going to be backlash. So we went against it, but we knew that there was a risk that we needed to mitigate, and so we mitigated it. So, yeah.
No, I like that. Thank you for that. And Domain, coming to you, and we know what disruption in the alcoholic beverages industry and sector could look like. Just just a little bit about what could have happened in that space. For you, the question, Domain, in that same regard, is what current massive disruptions are currently shaping your brands, and which ones are actually overhyped?
I think if we look at the biggest disruptions at the moment, is probably the consumers changing so rapidly. I was saying earlier, as a plate, coffee is no longer just coffee in the morning. I think we all grew up with a cup of instant and you were set for your day, and it was a very functional beverage to have. And especially the younger consumer, they are very much in tune in terms of what it is that they're looking for. They are flavor exploration. There are iced coffees, hot coffees, coffee with popping pearls. Like, what happened to just having a cup of coffee at home? And I think that is for us to try and keep up with the fast-pacedness of this. And you want to meet your consumer with where they're at. But you also need to be super intentional with what you do and how you come to your market. So for us, absolutely, it keeps us on our toes because you've got your loyalist that drinks the Jacob's Croning and they absolutely love it and they will not deviate from it. And then you get the Gen Zs and the younger cohort, essentially, that try, almost like they expect you to be there before you actually thought of being there. So I think in a disruptive age where we are absolutely technology, I think with consumers having all the insights about your brand, the competitors, what it is that you stand for at their fingertips, and the expectation of how you should show up, kind of forces you to be a step ahead. And I think it's just continuous learning, showing up for them, but being intentional, and stand for, to Andrea's point, never waver at in terms of what you stand for. Like, stay steady at the core and be nimble on the edges, where there's creativity, but have to stay true to your brand.
In the same breath, then, how do changing consumer values influence brand decisions you make?
I think in a category like coffee, there are consumers across all walks of life, so you almost tap into different aspects, and you see the loyalists, and you kind of see the people that kind of aspire to the bean to cup machines and the capsules. But I think their values and their value perception remains unchanged, especially when it comes to an iconic brand that stood the test of time. The expectations there that you need to still deliver on the quality. Consumer values, they are extremely, like loyalty is no longer just a core principle. So you need to make sure that you show up, and there's a value proposition for the consumer at the end of the day. A lot of consumers buy coffee purely on price, and we all know with the petrol price hike, the grocery spend, and how consumers are tightening their belts. So the expectations there from a value proposition, they expect you to show up. And I think what's the beauty in that is showing up in different variations to essentially try and meet them where they're at. Yeah. But it remains a challenge, and I think that is a beauty in disruptions. It offers opportunity to learn. Like you disrupted, okay, look, my favorite coffee is Jacob's, all right? That's my favorite instant coffee. You're not paid to say that. No, I'm not. and the reason I'm bringing it up, and this is completely anecdotal, zero data that drives this. I used to be a coffee snob while I was at university, so they would have certain chicory brands available in the like the communal kitchen, and I'd be like, no, that's chicory. I want classic. You know which one I'm talking about, right? And that's what I swore about. I swore by that, and that's it. And then, lo and behold, as I get older, now working in the corporate space, I can afford to buy more expensive coffee and try different things, and I've stuck on Jacob's. How did JDE
manage that translation for people who've been used to Nescafe Classic, and that's all they knew in terms of good instant coffee, to now being a viable number one option for a lot of people?
I think the biggest thing is creating accessibility. So we understand and I mean it's not a taboo topic, and the rise of coffee prices there, and there's no way for us as a brand or as a company to hide behind it because we're a pure coffee player. But how we can show for the consumer to make it more accessible is to innovate in formats. So essentially having smaller jars to almost create that accessibility. We've got the opportunity, or what we do especially amongst our X-in-1, which is your coffee, your cream and your sugar, to immediately alleviate the sugar component, the milk, so you kind of save on that, selling them in individual sticks. So you start kind of recruiting them one by one to buy the single sticks, try it out, and the quality that the product delivers. And I think the most important thing is about innovating in terms of format to make it more accessible and take them through their journey. So from our mixers like the X-in-1 into specialties, and then eventually they land up with a jar of Kroning versus the red brand, and then at the end of the day,
Well said.
conforming to coffee capsules and coffee beans, which is your more coffee connoisseur or more sophisticated coffee drinker that's been through the pure instant looking for something. But I think to answer your question is innovating in formats and spaces to make it accessible.
I like that. Coming to another question, and this one's for you, Miles. This is one of the hardest tensions in brand building. All right, one of the hardest tensions in brand building, the distinction between agility and consistency. Right? Well, at least that's my take on it. Can you? No, that one. What do you never change, no matter the pressure? You alluded to it a little earlier.
We never change the essence of the brand's truth on the truth wheel. We don't sacrifice compliance. We don't sacrifice integrity. We don't sacrifice quality. And we'll always try and meet the customer above expectation.
Okay, lovely. Pithy, on point. Andrea?
So what would we not change?
No matter the pressure.
No matter the pressure. So the foundations, we call them must-win. Anyway, never mind what we call them. The first three things. The first one is a brand's point of difference. So what is it that makes you different and competitive? The second one is your brand identity. So your positioning, your brand identity. And then the third thing is the quality of the liquid. We have a premium portfolio that we don't change. We may, and Miles was talking about, challenges, consumers looking for cheaper looking for cheaper products, competitors coming in with cheaper, low-cost stuff. You may decide to go with different prices in terms of the size of the packs or innovations that you bring in, but we'll never compromise on the quality of our products, because at the end of the day, it's the brand that they buy, but they drink the product, and so you can't compromise on that.
Nice one. Domain?
Yeah, I think for me, I echo 100% what Andrea says, is the unwavering commitment to quality. And as I mentioned, as a pure coffee brand, there's no way to hide behind the increase of the green bean coffee price. So the easy way out would be to offer consumers a cheaper variant or cheaper option without telling them. And that devalues your brand. And that goes against everything what you as a brand stand for. And in that, again, it offers the opportunity to kind of push yourself beyond your little box and try think outside how you're going to show up. But I think ultimately 100% for us is unwavering commitment to quality and showing up for the consumer based on what they expect to get from a brand like Jacobs.
I really like that. In fact, that leads me to something else I was thinking about in terms of, what the biggest challenge inside the organization is and can be. Particularly when we talk about leadership, alignment, start talking about strategy, execution, and culture. All three of you have literally just spoken to that. The 3 points that you mentioned, Andreas, the truth wheel. Yes, Miles, you mentioned the truth wheel, and what you just said about potentially making the decision to weaken the brand or use a cheaper variant without telling your customer. It speaks to your ethos, the principles, the culture internally. So while you have the mic, I'll ask you the question then. What breaks first internally? Is it strategy? Is it execution? Is it culture when there's misalignment between leadership and what needs to be done?
Strategy, culture.
Or execution, the implementation thereof. What breaks first? From what you've known, when things are not working out, what breaks first?
Yeah, I think they all have a ripple effect, but probably if things are misaligned, there's a total disconnect in terms of culture. I believe a company should, like organizations win through teams and not individually. So as soon as there's a misalignment on strategy, on execution, on the way forward and what the end goal is, then the total strategy, everything kind of fumbles. So I think as soon as that disconnect, like I said, at the end of the day, probably a ripple effect, but culture for me.
Okay. Miles? Do you agree?
I mean, I agree with that 100%. I've seen it so many times that it sounds good on paper, the strategy, the execution of it, the wheels are turning and something just doesn't feel right. We're missing the boat. There's tensions, there's a lot of conflict in the teams, the dealer network is up in arms, the customers are not getting it, the engagement is low on social media, all these KPIs are not firing for us, and it goes back to relevance again, you know.
Andrea, what do you say to that?
I totally agree. Culture.
Culture. And they do say that, is it culture that eats strategy for breakfast? That's
because when there's pressure, when there's pressure on results, if you don't have a strong culture of an open mindset, people start pointing at each other.
Yeah.
People start not taking accountability. And actually, what you've got to do when things are not going well, when your market share is not growing the way you want it to, is you need to come back together. You need to review your plans. You need to be transparent about what is working, what is not working. Yep. You've got to be humble enough to say, actually, this thing we're doing here is not delivering the results. And then we need to all agree what we're going to change. And then you change it, and then you hold hands.
I really like that.
Yeah.
And I also am very aware that we're probably running out of time for our panel without having given you an opportunity to engage with our panelists with questions that might have come up for you as we were speaking. As a last thing, before I throw it out to you, please, starting with you, Domain, please speak to two things, right? One is, what do you hire for now that you would not have prioritized 5 years ago? And in that same breath, what would you hire for now that you would not have prioritized 5 years ago? In the same breath, what advice do you give to the next generation of brand leaders coming into the space as you speak to them?
What do I prioritize now that I didn't prioritize?
Yes, what
Okay.
you didn't prioritize 5 years ago, and also what do you want to leave new entrants into the space with?
I think prioritizing is saying your North Star should always be staying true to who you are in terms of your brand. So specifically in an organization, I think often when you're younger and you join an organization, you almost come in with all these ideas, and sometimes it's just going back to the basics. You don't always need to change what works, but you can elevate. So for me, that was a key learning. Especially as a younger person out of university, you think you know everything because of textbooks, and then you gain experience and you realize, oh my goodness, there's so much more to it. I think for younger marketeers going into this landscape is, again, forget what you know and I think you can learn skill. You can go on all these courses. You can teach the theory behind it. But the attitude, the willingness to learn, to unlearn, and to adapt and work together as a team. Because, again, often we think we've got these great ideas, but when you sit together in a room, that is where the magic happens. And that is where we push yourself and each other to really get to the ultimate goal to benefit both the brand, the business, and the category. So stay humble and always willing to learn.
All right, nice one. Miles, I'm going to give you the last word, Andrea.
I would say definitely attitude.
Yeah.
So nothing different from 5 years ago, to be honest. But I think there's a level of The problem is you're seeing a lot of people coming with the feeling of entitlement. And the problem with that really is that you are surrounded by people who have actually been there and worked their ass off to be there. And you're coming in there thinking that it's going to be rock and roll. And you only disappoint yourself. But if you come in there with the right attitude and you're hungry and you don't mind taking the store, be the first one to say, I'll take the storeroom key, I'll go put those banners up, I'll drive to the Kruger Park because I can, and I'm willing and I want to. These are the basics. Everything else will flow.
Culture, right? The culture. No, nice. Andrea?
I
Andrea,
think
sorry.
no, it's Andrea. It's perfect. You've got a blockage with my name. It's okay. It's okay. In the past, I think I was taught to hire for intellect. I was taught to hire people that were able to deal with a very high level of complexity. And if I look at my journey as to where I've gotten to, you need that because you're dealing with a highly complex. I mean, marketing is very complex. You're dealing with product. You're dealing with margins. You're dealing with supply chain. You're dealing with a lot. So you have to have a certain level of. You have to be able to manage a certain level of complexity, which is still important. However, attitude. And I often talk about a growth mindset. Somebody that is open-minded, that asks questions, that's curious about the consumer, about the customer, about the P&L, about, somebody that's really curious. Humility. Humility to know when you don't know. And I think humility comes from confidence. When you're not confident, you're not humble enough to ask. And I find that sometimes the younger people are not, they feel they can't ask questions because they'll know I don't know anything. Yeah. You don't know anything. Yeah. You're new. This is your first job.
It's okay.
You don't know anything. I can tell you that. So the humility to ask someone else that has done it, how did you do it? What worked? What didn't? And then you bring your X factor to it. So I think it's that, and then I think also collaboration. The complexities of our markets that we operate in means that there's not one person that has the answer. The answer is co-created by multiple people with multiple expertise. So being able to pull in, one of the reasons that that I feel I have been able to make impact is because I can pick out talent. I know who's really good, and I know who's good at what. I watch people. So you've got to be able to pick people that are going to add onto your imperfectness, because we are imperfect. We're not, so I know the type of people I need around me to be successful. And so you have to have that level of humility and openness.
Brilliant.
To do that.
Brilliant. That's amazing. In fact, I want to thank you all for the words that you said. Please don't clap yet, because we'd like you to ask a couple of questions first. All right, cool. Go for it. I like the spontaneity in this room. It's very cool. Couple of questions. How much time do we have? One question? One question for all three of them, and please, if you can do it in 30 seconds or less. That's what I do on my show on ENCA on Saturday mornings and Sunday evenings. Telling my story like Tebe was saying. 30 seconds. Okay, I'll take a question. No question there? Like my friends?
I've got it.
My friends that are in this corner? What's the question? Here you go.
I've got it. What an incredible panel and well facilitated. Thank you so much. My name is Knox from Bloom Marketing Agency. You spoke to it slightly, Andrea, but I want to hear it from all the different brands. The role of purpose in building brands that are sustainable, and what your brand purpose currently is where you are operating.
I think speaking specifically to Jacobs and not JDE, because every brand has their own brand purpose and persona. For us, it is absolutely being a benevolent leader in the coffee category, but that remains relevant again for the local market. I've got 30 seconds. Almost gave you a whole thesis. And I think for us, it is always ensuring that we deliver on quality, but also tapping into that market to ensure that what we bring to market has got intent, resonates with consumer, and meet them where they're at again in terms of we know what consumers are facing in terms of being tightening their belts, and we ongoingly try and never wavering on the commitment to quality, but really sitting and listening and taking into what it is that consumers are saying that they're expecting of the brand, and to deliver that to them at the end of the day.
All right.
So, I mean, this from the global playbook, move the world first. And that became more and more important when we were disrupted by COVID. We were disrupted by technology companies making cars. And they were more agile, and they were fast, and there were 5 men and women teams, and we were 300,000. And to make one decision, we had to phone 85 people. And then still wait 2 days for legal to give a view. And then compliance came in at the end, upset because nobody consulted them. And we go back to, we're not trying to be anything else but move the world first.
Nice. Is Andrea taking a bite at it? Have you done it?
Okay, yes, ma'am. I'm being interviewed here. I've got multiple brands. So Bernini, for example, is about real, and it's about bringing your real self. That's what we want to do. It's the new positioning, and the work is still to come. But, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, fantastic, Domain Rottenbach, Andre Queer, Miles Mayabana. Have they not been fantastic? Mokwena, thank you so much. It's all yours.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a huge round of applause just one more time. Thank you, Kendall, for handling that conversation on brand leadership in a disruptive age. Just before we get into the next conversation, I'd just like to just highlight that we are going to have a Q&A, and we're going to have the QR code just coming up on the screen. If it doesn't come up on the screen, it is in your emails. You can just go onto that, and then you can ask the questions from there, because we don't want to keep going around with the mic, just to save a whole lot of time. So please just use the QR code, there it is, to ask your questions. So right now we'll get into the next conversation, and this will be led by Ashraf Garda, and this is brand as a business asset. This is brand as a business asset. So of course, we're going to be diving deeper into the boardroom and asking fundamental questions, such as what changes when leadership stops seeing brand as merely communication support and starts treating it as a serious business asset. And like I said, this will be led by Ashraf Garda. And in the panel, please welcome onto the panel Lunga CEO, Lindiwe Sengwani Sido, Sangweni, my bad, Sangweni Sido, Mosala Phillips, and Zipokuhle Zajiji. I hope I pronounced all of those correctly. Please welcome them onto stage.
Right, thank you for that. Where should I sit? That's fine.
There you go.
This is like a masterclass. We're going to learn whatever we know nothing about in like 3-5 years. Something about the hell. So we'll give it a go. As I'm here, like nobody's really making a big noise. So while I get myself sorted out,
want to be associated with champion because collectively we will build kind of champion people required to build the champion nation. That's my own mantra, but that's really why it's there, right? In terms of where we are, it's an interesting thought, and then leading the conversation. Yeah. The other day I bumped into someone, and you may see outside of media and marketing, branding, and champions, I also play with paddle and then paddle Instagram accounts. And I asked someone the other day, said, "Well, you guys come and sponsor some of our events?" And what that person said really leads into exactly what we're talking about. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I think we support them. They just built this global brand in South Africa. Right? What are we doing? So I like it. We can talk, but the problem I have is how do I convince my financial director that what you're doing in South African Instagram account will globally makes business sense? And in that moment, there was no emotions, there was no emotional connection, there was no conversation about brand. It was ultimately about brand. Now that door has not closed.
Okay.
I'm going to knock on
That's
the door
good.
again. What is that noise coming from? Okay.
Yeah, go try something first. Oh, sorry.
Can I mute the room? Because they're picking it up from that side.
And I'm very happy with this, but that's a new one, right? We haven't even started, right? So anyway, in that point, it got me thinking to say, you see, whatever we do as a marketing brand, we absolutely have to convince someone who wants to spend money. And that's the big challenge that you guys have, right? So I want you to, other than being that they take a set up an issue about looking at one brands for Africa, let's then talk about what we need to do now in terms of the local market. There's hacker again, and how they fit into the whole C-suite scenario. So with me, I've got 4 panelists, and give them a big applause like one by one. First is Luca Silva, CEO of Township and his small business. Luca. Then we have Indiwe Sakweni Sindo, the COO of City Lodge Hotel. Osama Phillips, CMO of Old Mutual. And then finally, Zico Sidley from One Print, the CMO of Schneider Electric. Okay, I'm going to CMO. That's what you want, you just made a change. So you are the person who's going to spend the money, right? Yeah. So listen, big applause. I'm just trying to see where we are sitting here. We've got from a Schneider point, we've got the power and electrical issues all covered. So that's one. We've got Old Mutual, we want long term. We need some insurance, we sorted out a few. City Lodge, if we need to stay somewhere, we're all sorted out there. And then finally, I do connect with my wife, my mother, who tells me really pleased to know. So there we are, all of that connected. So we got them all covered, right? Okay, we've got about 25 minutes, right, to talk. So pretty robust. We'll get to the point as quickly as possible, right? So perhaps, under this issue of brand as a business asset, I want to ask all of you this. I'll start with you because you're the nearest to me, right? Where does brand, the brand of your organization, in this case City Lodge, where does it sit on the balance sheet?
So I must also put a disclaimer. I came here because Pat asked me to come here. I am the CMO. But what I do understand in my many years working in operations, the operator's job is to make sure that brand strategy is translated into digestible, bite-sized understanding for the people on the ground. And therein lies the brand asset and turning it into value that will then be derived as an output, ultimately. So for me, the brand asset is such an important aspect of making sure, if we look at City Lodge hotels, it's always good to use illustrations to demonstrate what we're talking about. City Lodge Hotels has 4 brands. We started our first, 1-star Road Lodge, 2-star Town Lodge, our 3-star City Lodge, and our 4-star courtyard brand. So on the one hand, we have to make sure that our people, who are the deliverers of the experience that a guest will have, need to understand what the differentiators are between each of those brands. What is the guest expectation when they walk in through the doors? What are they looking for in terms of the experience that they will have from that brand? So we'll always have this sort of overarching brand message that the marketing people will give us, and they'll say, tell them that they're checking into easy. Life's hard, check into easy. So now we have to take that tagline and say, okay, life's hard, check into easy, and get the people to understand your job is to make sure that this product is consistent, comfortable, the check-in was easy, the room was perfect, it was clean. And so we start translating it into, as I say, those bite sizes that then bring the value to that brand asset, that anyone looking in understands. When I'm at a City Lodge hotel, this is my experience. But ultimately, I keep returning. And if I keep returning, it means that you are receiving a value proposition and the price point is right. And returning guests mean loyalty for us. And loyalty means for us, we can now come back and in the C-suite begin to demonstrate our KPIs are being met from, the revenue that we generate.
Just stay with go ahead, right? Siposile, just your thoughts again on that opening question about, where does the brand value, if anything, of your organization sit on that?
Sure. So from a purely finance point of view, you're not going to find some assets, some of the most important assets actually, you will not find them in a balance sheet. And I'm talking about things like trust, reputation, pricing power. These are critical enterprise drivers, but you don't see them in the balance sheet. But now, when the brand disappears and revenue collapses, then you cannot tell me that's a marketing output. That was a business asset. And if that business asset is built with discipline, it shows up in pricing power, it shows up in consistent revenues. For me, it shows up in cash flow. And then that's when I start to see it showing up in the balance sheet. And maybe I grew up in FMCG. We started together actually with Mosala. So maybe I'm a converted CFO. But for me, a brand translates a product from an option in the shelf to a preference, and a preference converts to sales. Sales is revenue and cash flow in the balance sheet.
Okay, well, that's right. Let's move on from the whole mutual perspective or something. I'm just getting a good sense of that.
No, for sure. Definitely. Firstly, just to say welcome everybody to Old Mutual, and it's a great honor that we are housing you. And well done, Pat, on this event. So I think first of all, I'll take it a little bit in first principle, right? That a business exists because it wants to have an exchange, a product or service with a potential customer, right? And everybody, is there to meet a specific need in society or in customers' lives, etc. But then, product and the service, they tend to be commercialized and it's very easy to replicate, etc. What makes a difference is when you add the brand layer, you're adding in terms of how you as a business plan to address that issue in a way that is heart opening and mind opening, and it's more relevant that people can associate with the values and the ethos. So basically, in your balance sheet, as Zippo mentioned, that it's there sitting at the top where people are making choices because it just goes beyond the product and the service that you're providing. It's because there's all other things, because human beings are not just about, the transaction and stuff like that. They've got values, they've got hopes, they've got dreams. So all the things that you stand for, it helps you as a business in terms of people making a choice why they choose you over the next business. And that is what in there, like you can't see it in your calculations there in the balance sheet specifically, but it's actually the soul of that balance sheet.
Yeah, good morning everyone, and thanks for having me. So maybe I'll reframe it differently, right, and ask a different question as to how do we actually get brands to be recognized as an asset, right, in an organization, not accounting-wise, just in an organization, so that it becomes part and parcel of your value chain. If you start defining what an asset is, and you can simplify it as anything that can derive economic value or otherwise, right? And how do you actually get brand and marketing to become part of that economic value generation in the organization, right? It also starts with how brands or people that actually lead brands internally position themselves or show up the language, the key matrices and how they measure their own value. If it's just engagement or we're telling a story, it's not conversion, it's not deriving economic value. You don't see yourself as part of the value chain. You just see yourself as just a separate department, right, that actually just has to connect the organization. It becomes a bit of a challenge, right? We at Telkom, we actually changed it completely and said, listen, as part of our go-to-market strategy, we simplify it as you market, sell, and service customers, right? So the marketing function in itself, where brand is located, is part and parcel of our value chain. They actually have to create demand, and that demand has to be captured by the salespeople by selling the product itself, right? And we have to make sure that we service the customer. So therefore, in how they create campaigns and think about brand, they all have to almost measure everything, the output, all the way to the actual conversion of sales. So I'll give you a typical example. We go into different regions. We say, well, I take this region, and the marketers would actually ask key questions. So in the value chain, we have the product, right? And the product in our instance is the network. Do we have a strong network? Do we have channels in place that can actually sell the product before I even talk about it? Do we have the right proposition for this particular market? And actually, they don't just create the proposition themselves. They need the entire organization to actually help them to do that, right? Including legal, compliance, and, before they even start generating demand for your product. And once they do that, then they become part and parcel of what I call, they create value for the organization and actually allow the organizations to capture that value, because creating value, my engagement scores are high, but no one is capturing that in terms of creating revenue growth and turning that into profitability. So you actually want them to position themselves as part of the value chain and into all the organizations or into all the conversations to make sure that they are there, so that whatever they talk about in the creation of demand, it actually works. And that's how they become an asset in the organization. That's why those that have gotten it right, you find CMOs sitting at the table at Exco, being part of the organization. Telkom has. Good. And the reason that, we ended up with 25 million customers in 15 years on the mobile side, right?
I will bring up this CMO once again, but because you said, we said CMOs, like I was seeing that, right? So you're like that across the law already, right? You said yes, right? But what then would you change? So there's this relationship between, brands and the overall company. This is debate about whether they can see or not, right? Therefore, in your position as a CMO, right, what would you change, if anything, in the relationship between how branding and marketing is coming to place in the market? What would you change?
Language. I think marketing speaks, I'll say, leading measures. And you'll correct me here, but you speak engagement, you speak conversion. And finance, on the other hand, we are speaking the lagging measures, ROI, margin, cash flow. To be honest, we are speaking about the same thing from different points in the value chain. And I don't think we've done a good enough job to connect the dots, to translate that actually brand speaks to trust. Trust speaks to resilient revenues. Resilient revenues speak to stronger margins, better pricing power, and cash flow in the end. So the minute we can find a language and articulation that demonstrates how we are interconnected as an ecosystem versus I'm holding the purse, I decide where I invest, and then it doesn't work. We are all trying to build, I sit on boards now, and I think I've never heard a board that said in 5 years' time we want to measure how much we've saved. Boards want to know what have we built. And it always goes back to the brands, the people. So if we can find a language that articulates that ecosystem, we would coordinate and collaborate more naturally. First of all, and I did say I'm a converted CFO, so I've learned the language much earlier, and I think this is the thing, right? Before you're a CFO, you're a consumer, you're a mom, you're a shopper. And sometimes people speak to us as you are a CFO, but take me on the journey. Get my buy-in as a consumer, because if I as an employee, I don't believe in your brand, trust me, nobody else in the outside. So the conversations needs to start in much earlier in the building of the brand as a consumer, right? And once you've got that buy-in, then the connection of the dots and the language will be much easier to translate. So please don't involve finance when you need to rubber stamp, you need to sign off the budget, and this is important because we've got to launch in 2 weeks. It doesn't work. Then it translates this whole brand conversation into just another line I must spend on. And it's not spend, it's investment. So treat it as an investment, which means you start and you give birth to this thing. You give it legs, you let it walk, and we walk it together. Thank you.
And this is significant that brand spend or marketing spend is not active spend, it's investment.
Yeah, I totally agree with Zipo. And I like her point about language, and I think that was my earlier point about making the language of marketing speak and the messages digestible for the people who are actually on the ground delivering the product. In the case of, again, I like to use illustrations. If you look at City Lodge, when you now say to an individual who is in the 4-star product, your job is to sell that, making the soft life, easy. What does it mean in terms of translating that 4-star experience? And it comes back to how we then break it down in our training. So people are the beginning of it all, of course, choosing the right people. There was a whole conversation about how you actually employ people in the previous discussion. And so for your 4-star brand, the type of individual who's working there will be a different person from the one who's working in your 1-star brand. Not because they're worse or better off, but simply because of the end result of what the guest is going to is expecting. So the investment in training is very important. The investment in the messages and campaigns and how we bring them into our operations and make sure that people understand what you're saying. You can't expect a staff member to deliver an easy check-in if they are not having a good time. So are your staff happy? Are they relating to you as a company that gives an easy sort of, from simple things like how I arrive at work, where my canteen is, what my rest periods are, because I'm supposed to now go out there and put my best face forward and make sure that this guest who comes in understands that I'm here to deliver, basically soft life and making it easy for you. So that investment, I think, has a direct translation to how we deliver. And I mentioned it earlier again, we see it in our raters or our Google reviews or whatever feedback you would get from a TripAdvisor. Your guest will tell you if what you are giving as sort of the experience is delivering to what the marketing messages are saying. And then therein starts that whole value chain that Zipo was talking about. Your return guests mean better value proposition, better occupancies, higher rates that you can sell in high demand periods. And obviously the return on the investment is seen in our revenues and our margins, our EBITDAs, etc. Thank you.
And then bringing that whole control perspective, so like there's a way through our insurance investments, you speak to the core, now and wherever the generations, right? Do you, as the organization, do you see brand spend or investment? Just
Yeah, I think from our shop perspective, the brand has been.
Can I just butt in and say, that age-old story, we don't need it. We still good amount. Because if one client is happy, and then children, all the time, why spend?
Yeah, sure. that's a different question.
Yeah.
I will not answer from an all mutual perspective. I'll just talk in terms of principle wise. I think one is that people's needs, the basic human needs, have not changed. They're pretty much very consistent. But what has changed is how people view the world and view culture and view things. Like, we want the same thing, but it's done differently, right? So my parents, they're like, for you to get a successful job, you need to go to school. There was a route of how you get a successful job. Today, there's so many jobs that, from podcasting to etc., things have changed. But the end result, in terms of what people want, is the same. They want a successful life so they can provide it, etc., etc. But the routes have changed. And therefore, if you don't tap into the changing and the culture and everything else, as a brand, and many brands that we've seen that have not evolved to the customer needs and etc., they stop to exist. Right? Competition comes in and provide a better offering and everything else. So when you stop investing, that means that actually you stop innovating. Therefore, you stop being relevant and having your ear on the ground with customers and evolving. So when you evolve, it's not just the spend is because you want to make sure that you are out there and you're communicating what services and products that you offer that are meaningful. So you continue investing. So stopping investing is basically making a decision as a business that you're going to remain stagnant.
But is the investment to ensure that your company is top of mind and then that converts into actual sales or not?
Definitely. So the market is getting, I can say, proliferated with many players, right? So if we talk about financial services and bring to my industry, the guys at telcos, they're coming in and wanting to play in that space. They're offering insurance themselves. It's sitting next to me, right? Retailers, yes, exactly. Retailers, they themselves as well are playing in. They have money market at ShopRite. It goes on, it goes on. So, BMW and Mercedes also have their own financing. So financial services, as we used to know it, is evolving and is changing, right? So the players, what you call pure players, that world is becoming very muddled. So if you remain constant and you don't make sure that you remain top of mind to your question, but it's not about just only remaining top of mind. Many brands are top of mind, but you want to be meaningful and you want people to have a preference over you versus everybody else. So top of mind, sure, many brands are top of mind, but are they meaningful? So that you have preference, because ultimately investors will only reward brands and companies that are winning in the market.
Okay. I'm standing and continue talking, it's fine. What about, let's get it from a telecom perspective then. So there's the external brand, but if we're suggesting, and the premise is that, the CEO or the CFO understands there's a need for marketing and brand investment, but it's almost like it's a grudging need, okay? And I'm making a sweeping statement, because, that's why we're talking about this. So there's the external brand, say telecom, but is there a case for saying that, in fact, brands need to market externally, which you do, but they also need to brand their brand communication even to those decision makers. There needs to be a bigger, and my sound's gone, I'm not mute, there needs to be a bigger investment in terms of how brands communicate to their key decision makers within their own organization.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's very important. So maybe a few years ago, I was one of those managers or leaders that actually started with the marketing budget when I needed to cut costs. Yeah. So I went straight into that one and said, cut. Because I couldn't understand it. I didn't see how it created value. I didn't see how it actually contributed in growing my top line, my revenue. Because it was separate. I'll give you another insight. So when I look at organizations and then look at the CMO role or the marketing lead role, see how it's structured, what capabilities are sitting underneath it. It actually tells you if that is seen as an expense or as an asset. if that role only has what I call just brand campaigns, and we used to call it pie in the sky back in the day, right? Let's create an pie in the sky campaign. People feel good about telecom, and that's basically what your role is. Then it is an expense, and it will be treated as such. If that role underneath it, you've got product, you've got CVM, which is customer value management, you've got data science, you've got segmentation, you've got retail marketing, which is, guerrilla marketing on the streets, put up and make sure that you've got the propositions, the pricing, and you've got all of those capabilities underneath it and led by data science, because data gives you insights, informed decision making, and then it tells us where we're actually investing and going. Then that particular capability in that organization is treated as an asset. Where we are as Telkom, we've actually evolved into exactly that. Because for me, at some point, I was even arguing with my CFO as to, is this cost of sale or expenses? Because I actually see it as part of me acquiring a customer, which is a cost of sale line. And if it's a cost of sale line, believe me, it's an asset, because everything else below that line is an expense and is up for grabs and is discretionary. And that's how organizations evolve. And when you actually also, if you really want to have an impact in organizations, start looking at how the marketing organization is organized, and it will tell you if it's treated as an expense or an asset. And you want to be in organizations where it's a market-led organization. It's treated as part of how we acquire customers and keep them. And
as you say that now, everybody's going to watch their own companies say, is that an asset or an expense? And I want to come up with anyway, right? We got about 2-3 minutes to wrap up here. It's amazing. Time has just flown by. From your perspective, is there a need, we're talking in general speak, to align the external brand, right, and the internal brand with your own values? So external values, internal values, so everybody is completely in sync. Is there a need, or is there a need for that, or is that just wishful thinking?
No, absolutely. Conviction is a part of your decision-making cycle. So if as I mentioned earlier, that buy-in on that this is actually an investment on what we are trying to build. This cannot sit with marketing. This cannot even sit with marketing and the CEO. The whole exco, in fact, I believe in the next few years, brand is going to sit at the board, and it needs to be protected as part of the reputation of the business. Trust is attached to it and all those good things. So if there isn't buy-in internally, you're going to struggle to sell this out with conviction to your customers.
Let's end with that, but I'm staying with you on this one here. In the next few, brand will get a seat at the board, suggesting that in fact it's not the norm, right? What would it take for that to happen?
I think that better articulation, aligning the language. Number two, I think we can do better at translating ROI, because I always get told, oh, this investment, you're not going to see it. And I then have an agency problem because I report results quarterly, but you're telling me this thing will return in the next 3 years or whatever the case may be. We need to find a better way of translating that ROI today. You need to show me that with this investment in building this brand, here's my pricing power. You can see it in the elasticities. When we take price, our volume drops by X compared to our competitor. And it doesn't have to be perfect information, perfect data, but there needs to be quicker demonstration of that value. Then that conversation starts to be a commercial drive, and then it will get a seat on the board.
Shannon, mutual seat on the board in 5 years, what would need to happen?
Yeah, so already it is sitting, and it's part of the board responsibility, right? So it's not a thing that we don't discuss from a board perspective. Reputation is one of those things, and I think we're in a space where I think everybody appreciates the power of the brand of Old Mutual. It's 181 years old, and we've seen how over time, things can happen in the market and how we bounce back. Having our ears and talking to customers and understanding what this brand means, right? So, and I think also from my own personal experience as well, moved from FMCG, where people don't know the organization behind the brands, right, etc., and moving into the doors of Old Mutual and going into rooms and say, okay, hi, I'm Masala, I'm from Old Mutual, that it changes versus when I was saying, hi, I'm Masala, I'm from Procter & Gamble. People are like, is that a law firm or whatever? They didn't know. Like, no, it's brand, they own Pampers. Ah, okay, cool, right? But the brand, Old Mutual, in itself, so it's a treasured asset internally. But I just want to tap in terms of the question that you asked earlier on in terms of the internal brand and external brand. I think all of us do experience this when you're going. There's those people ask you, the ladies and the gents who will ask you, do you want plastic with your goodies or you want a bag? And people will make a comparison of the different retailers. That tells you, right, in terms of how the employees are being treated and how they leave the brand. Because you experience it. So you can go and advertise and do whatever it is, but people will engage with your stuff, whether they're going to branches, etc., etc. And how those people treat you, that will tell you whether there's a sync or disconnect between the external brand and the internal brand, internal and external brand, right? So you cannot be able to build a trustworthy brand externally when there's a dissonance internally.
Yeah, good point. I had a call I had a call the other day from these cold callers, and the person was selling something. I will not mention the name. You could. Anyway, we're selling product X, Y, Z. I said, look, I've answered my phone, but I really don't have the time. Can you give me your number? I'll call you back. He said, but I have to tell you this now. Like, I'm in a meeting. I don't have the time. His answer was like, so why did you answer your phone? Oh my God. I forgot that it was made his mark. I'll ask this to all of you, just because we're going to wrap up. A 30-second soundbite answer. On your wish list, in this relationship between board and brand, if you had the choice of by decree saying it and it will be, what would that be? 30 seconds.
Well, simply brand. So, and I'll tell you why, right? So it also depends on organizations, and I'll do this quickly. If you're in a growth phase, brand is going to be at the forefront, right, or marketing, because we're looking for a market to grow. If you're in a maintenance mode, the accountants are going to be at the forefront, right? If you are struggling, chances are you're going to have accountants, lawyers, and compliance guys. But to look at how do we actually manage this up until the last rand. It's up to the marketers internally to say, actually, we're not going backwards. We're growing. And therefore, I'm going to take the lead and tell you where the new market is, and where the growth is going to come from. And for that, it ends with a seat at the board. So it depends on every organization. But I'd say for sure, we are finding ourselves today, I'll have marketing sitting there and actually leading us.
Normally when you ask a politician, right, the Matlanga Commission, they say, it depends, right? So we don't know. Point taken. What about yourself from a city lodge perspective? This is linked brand, your wish list 5 years from now.
I think, we talked very briefly about resilience. The one thing that I saw during COVID and the aftermath of COVID, this tendency for all of us to believe that you need to hold back on training and hold back on marketing because you are saving and trying to make sure that the shareholder feels that you are prudent. It's actually the time when you need to spend more. It's actually the time, if it was on my wish list in these turbulent times that we live, where geopolitics can change the decision of a traveler today. Fuel price goes up, my long weekend is empty. I would, at this time, be spending more money than holding back and saying, how do we get the locals to understand that actually the value of coming to stay for the long weekend is what we're going to give you in the price, in the product and your experience. And so just that whole turnaround and thinking around the boardroom, which I sit in how we continue to make sure we invest in our brand asset, especially in hard times and especially in times of disruption, which is becoming more and more as the world turns around.
Travel will think about City Lodge. Top of mind, I can check.
Yeah, so for me, shareholders love predictability. If you can help me steady the cash flows, steady the sales and the revenue in turbulent times, that tells me you're a strong brand. Give me that steadiness and give me that resilience, then I'll be more than happy, or demonstrate to me how it connects together. Then I'll be more than happy to give brand that budget and a seat on the board.
Predictability and numbers got that.
Yeah. Personally, I come from two extremes worlds, right? I come from a long time in a school where the commercial, the CEOs of the business come from marketing. You know, P&G marketing runs the business and full P&L responsibility. Into moving to financial services, where the CEOs and everybody else come from the actuaries and etc. So they're very two different worlds. And the thing that had become very clear to me that for marketers, we start the conversation most of the time on already with an idea, etc. And to Zipo's question about translating the language, and I think our responsibility more than anything else is to take the customer away from PowerPoint, because we present the customers in PowerPoints, right? Let's get the guys or excos, etc., to go and sit in the homes of the customers and see the people. We use LSM and STMs and all sorts of things that we use, and we've got different names for this. Customers are value seeker and whatever it is, also things that we've done. Comfort seekers, ndofo lifestyle, soft life. So we've put them all in these buckets, and we need to help humanize the things that we're saying. And there's no better way of doing it face to face. And I remember once, still P&G days, I was explaining to one of the presidents that we were struggling in the market of product pricing and everything and stuff. And I was like, yeah, we've got this elasticity. What? I was like, okay, please come to the market. This I was still in Ghana and running the business there. And then we went in, just in one in-home visit, sitting there and talking to the customer. It became all clear, all the changes from the product, the packaging, and the pricing, which I've been saying. But when the lady comes in and says, hey, please see, take this packaging, look this one, look at this one, and comparison and feel, and then tell them her everyday experiences, it became real. So it translated all the 4Ps, 6Ps, 20Ps into very simple, tangible things, right?
Using the touch points.
That's it.
Okay, so we've been touched. Not yet out. Time for questions. Are we doing it via the... I can't read that. It just says stand up. I think it is.
I'm guessing. Are we taking questions? One question. So whoever wants to make the most profound statement, don't waste it, please. Who wants to do it? Just raise your hands. Come on. One question. Your brand will be enhanced because you want to tell us which company. There we are. Right there. Lady with the yellow. Give us who you work for as well, so we know the brand, right?
Yes, because we don't have a question, I'm actually going to promote the brand I work for. And my name is Tenolo Matimbi, and I am from Brand South Africa, which is the official marketing agency for South Africa. Thank you so much for that lovely panel.
There we are. All right. Okay, our time is up. Listen, talking about brand, I'm not going to waste this opportunity. You better take a photograph. Oh, let's get that out of the way. You better take a picture of all the guys. Can we do that? Let's do it. And I want to be part of it, right? Here we are. That's for later. This is for now. Can't use the opportunity now. I'm going to try my best at a selfie. You can turn around the other way. The audience there.
That's your face.
How many are we? Are we missing anybody? You can make the noise in the back. Why do you guys have branding? Here we are. Listen, bottom line to this for now and for the future, think about it. How do we connect brand to the boardroom to the point where it's win-win-win across the board? And that would be a cause worth champion. Think about it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. Thank you so much for leading that conversation. Right now, we are going to break for 20 minutes, I believe. We're breaking for lunch, or we're just taking a short break? A short break. So it will be 20 minutes. Just to remind you that this break is sponsored rather by Jacob's Coffee. So do grab your coffee, do take that break, and then outside you will see that our bags, because so much has been said, you couldn't take notes. There are notepads and pens inside, so you can continue to take notes in the next sessions. And then just the last thing, if you are about to leave, please make sure that you don't forget to validate your ticket at your parking ticket at the reception. So I'll see you in 20 minutes time. Thank you. No, you must give me. Yeah, I know. Now I know. Like for the money. A really great conversation is going to be coming up from here with our speaker, because this sits at the intersection of values, performance, as well as accountability. Is inclusion pursued because it's morally right? Is it because consumers demand it? Is it because it drives business growth, or is it because it feels unavoidable? Well, to help us unpack this conversation, please welcome onto stage our speaker, Mr. Ivan Moroki.
No? Yes? No? Now, should I just project and not rely on this? Does it work? Oh, they are here. It's already. Can the guys in the middle back here? Okay, it will catch on. Right. So then, I've got good news for you. The amazing panels and Tavis thing that they said. As I was thinking about this presentation, the good news is you're gonna see, without it being planned, playing out in this, which means we'll move a bit quicker. So if you were listening, you'll recognize some of the things that came out of the I did not even expect them. That's first. Second, because of all the issues and the time that it is, I'm gonna move a bit quick. The good thing though is the slides, some of them speak for themselves. So some of them I just have to show you the slide and move on to the next one. I don't have to elaborate on it. And I didn't even plan it. Thirdly is tech. Tech is not being our friend today with all the best plans. As the great philosopher Mike Tyson said, he said, everybody's got a plan until it punches straight in the face. So with all the planning, I know all these things must happen or not. So firstly is to test, unlike Tebe, if the clicker works. Okay, I might have to do this again, right? Because now I know, right? Okay, cool. Right. So, as the topic say, if you go back to, so it is due to inclusion, as we said, for love or for money, or for love and for money, or for love of money. You missed that one, right? But next slide, I always believe in context matters, right? Because you know the old cliche, content is king, but context is queen. And guess who rules? Every time is the queen. Even if the king doesn't know, the queen is Okay. We'll get the gist. We'll be in sync pretty soon. There's the slide. What I've just said was supposed to be on the slide. So, when you saw the program, you must have thought, oh dear, inclusion. Hasn't the world moved on already? You know, including this country, how long we've been talking about it, blah, 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 talk shops and all that. So you must be like a bit cynical, or the world seems to have moved on. However, for SA, it's not optional. Maybe for the world it might be, but for SA, it's not optional because it's our history. It's our essence. It's not a nice to have. It's not a new marketing thing. It goes to the core of sorting out our country, right? So without knowing which the next slide is coming up. So, that context I was talking about, we should be the test market for all inclusion. There's no country in the world because of our history. So that's why I call it the most beautiful, contradictory, complex, ambiguous country in the world, South Africa. And that's what makes it special. This is a crazy country. And that's what makes inclusion a test place to do inclusion, right? I'm going to show you a couple of things about it that you all know in the room. So I'm going to move really quickly to show you exactly why I'm saying it's contradictory, it's complex, and that's why inclusion is important. It's a fact that we know, right? A country one. Of course, everybody can say that about their country, but you come here and the vibe, sometimes it feels like you are in New York if you are in Jersey. You might feel like you're in the south of France if you're in Franche, all in one. Absolutely incredible. And with it comes opportunities and challenges. And also we export many things, including people, right? We've got quite a hectic export business. And we export all sorts, whether you like them or not. However you feel about them, the good, the bad, and the bad, and the ugly. We all export all of this, all coming from one country. That's how complex we are, right? And we are full of contradictions, right? We are one of a country that, when it comes to, if you came in, you're a visitor, you came in SA, and it happened to be that there was yet another racial thing, you'll feel these guys are about to completely destroy this country. They are hating each other. But you come the next week, all united. But we get that, right? And Masara cannot get that. We get that. But too, there's what I call joyful contradictions. You have to be South African to get it. Many people don't get it, but we get it. That's a bit quick. Was it 5 or 10 minutes? Okay. Here's another contradiction about this. We are trailblazing in empowering women. But on one hand, we kill them. All in one country. Yeah. Oh, also, we've got contradictions. Is being African optional? When it suits us, we are African. But sometimes we are not. I didn't know being African was optional. But again, the joyful contradictions and the complexities, right? We are leading in terms of freedom of preference on the continent. But that same freedom can be a death sentence. Same country. You know all this stuff. It's not surprising. But we are South Africans, right? And we do stuff that put us on the global map. And when they ask, sometimes we try to explain, you say like, no DNA, RSA. So do you recognize ourselves in all this? So it was a quick thing that you guys know about it. Now, about inclusion. If you think about inclusion, is related to what we said, the past, present, and future force SA to do DI loudly, visibly, imperfect. While the world is like, oh, we're not so sure, and even companies who used to tell us inclusion is a big deal while they are retreating, we've got no option. We are going to continue doing it. South Africa reminds me of the story. If there's time, I'll tell you the story from my generation about the scorpion and the frog. Remind me to tell you about it if I do. So, let's talk about inclusion. Now remember, it's part of DEI. Have you realized even DEI, now let's talk about inclusion, even in the world, you dare not talk about DEI. But we talk about it, it's part of DEI, and it's about transformation as well. Let's start off with doing it for love. You can do it because it's morally right, as you said. Let's see this. I'm going to show you a piece of work, and I don't have to say anything about it, and I think you've all known it. If the sound doesn't play, I'll have to do voiceover about it. And I don't know, all I know is the agency that did this work. I don't know how inclusive, how diverse, it doesn't matter. Even if it might have been an all-white team who did it, but at least they had an inclusive mindset. You'll see inclusion is beyond just diversity. Okay.
sa mannese se a tura dikgomo tsona di phetse hantle empa pula ena e tlisitse mathata le marulelo a nnela mme re a koloba stofo sena se tsofetse utlwang monna ke utlwa go thonyolotse olwana monna ke godile jwae
modaungalo
sheba mona o le boloketse yona
Now, I've got no idea what this piece of work has done from a business perspective. But remember, we're still in the section about for love. For that is history inclusion in all its glory. Right? How amazing is that? Even without knowing what it did for the business, but for love, the brand equity. But you might be sitting there just like, oh, that's such a big production thing. What about me, small budget? Don't have a small budget or I'm a different thing. The only thing that you require is ideas about inclusion. And here's something that is more recent. When I play again. So what's your reason to say you need more budget to create something like this, which is quite recent? That is old. This is quite recent. And it's inclusion written all over it. Even if you might not understand the tagline, you get it. So, do we need any proof about inclusion and love? What it does for love, the world is so polarized. That's what inclusion does, right? The opposite of not being taking inclusion in this country, you are not being neutral, you are being relevant. How much of relevancy came from the last panel? Everybody was talking about relevancy. So you cannot say, oh, I'm not going to do inclusion. It is a bit so risky. It's like you are being irrelevant. And in business and brands, that's the worst enemy you can get. Don't be irrelevant. Okay? I'll move a bit quicker. And the other thing, they were all talking about culture. How on earth can you be talking about culture without including inclusion? Doesn't make sense. Inclusion is embedded in any culture. Can somebody raise your hand in there for companies who likes to work for or a company that is not inclusive? Anybody raise their hand? It's a natural thing for anybody who wants to work with companies that are inclusive. Or is there somebody who says, no, I'm cool. I want to work for an exclusionary company. I'm better that way. Not. The other thing about inclusion for love as well is dealing, and it's funny, it came naturally. Andrea was talking about the black label ads, right? Well, it was so risky. It was an inclusion in terms of redefining toxic masculinity, right? For a brand that was built on old school masculinity. And it's a national sketch for us. So that's what inclusion does. It even addresses things not from a brand but of national interest. Okay, now we can talk about doing it for the money. So far about doing it for love, do you feel the love? Are you feeling nice and warm inside? However, from the conversation we're having, it would be good if people do inclusion for them, but we are in business, we are in brands. Have no CFOs and CMOs. They are not in this for the touchy hard feelings, right? And maybe that's what the problem has been with inclusion. We focus so much on the love, on the morality and ethics, and we have downplayed it. but there is cash. And cash, one color, it's not black or white. The only color that everybody understands is green. Everybody loves green. Yeah. So for money, there are people. This case for inclusion for money, don't take my word for it. These are just 3 of many publications. I mean, from McKinsey to UN to Cantor, who have proven empirical evidence even to your CFO that on database that inclusion will make you money. It's proven. There's data. You don't have to come there and try to hide it. There is, and these are quite important, respected publications. And even outside these publications, just Google it actually. Just Google inclusion for money and see what comes out. There are reports from UCT to Harvard again, BCG and all the like that. Enough that makes this case. But my favorite one was one that was done by Harvard. And first time when I saw it, I said like, shit, Harvard, I've always followed you about DEI. They came and said like, it's not about diversity. At the core of this is about inclusion. You can get all colors of the rainbow in your business, but if you do not, as the business, change the culture and the systems of the business, you're just going to be an ad. Right? So, key headlines about inclusion for money. You can grow, you can grow a brand and a business without inclusion. That's not the debate. The debate is for how long. Okay? You cannot make an inclusion as a CSR or compliance. That's not business smart. Even a chartered accountant, if they think it's a strategy, they are not the smartest. They might have the qualification. It cannot be because it's a business strategy. Right? Think about inclusion from a literal perspective. Do you know what inclusion actually means? Including other markets. At a logic perspective, why would you not want to include extra markets, target market that you do not have? Why not? Inclusive is like, I want to retain what I have, but I want to include others. Now tell me the logic of not wanting to do that. Right? It was mentioned before in the chat, it's not about the ad, it's about your staff, how people experience it, your pricing, is it inclusive or exclusive? All the 6-4 piece, 100 piece you can talk about. So not just about the ads. This thing that happens on Heritage Days with the ads, everybody comes with inclusion ads. But then when you go to the store or you experience them, it's like, this is a bit different. The problem with people is like, excuse my French, especially Gen Z. You know what the problem with Gen Z is? Problem with them, excuse my French, they've got a bullshit detector embedded in them. They see through fakeness. Right? The other thing about inclusion, you don't even have to say, I'm inclusive and all the stuff. You don't even have to do an ad about it. Have a business that is inclusive. Packages that can allocate for people who cannot afford the big one. You are being inclusive and you are making money out of it, right? It doesn't have to be a tech like in marketing inclusive. Okay. And justify premium. Think of Woolworths as an example. I was going to go a bit detailed in it, but because of time. How long do I still have? Okay. That's not quite inclusive of you. However, I know it's not. But I did tell you guys, I've got some headlines that they'll explain themselves. I don't have to go into detail. So I'll take 2 minutes and they'll explain themselves. You see, it's not me. As South Africa, we don't have the luxury to avoid it. The power of end. You might have seen it, my hashtag at the beginning, and it was saying this. Why are we so obsessed with either or? Growth comes from combining end. There is an option not to do it. And the only option is, if you're not going to do it sincerely, don't do it. That's worse. as the only option that you should not do it, the company should not do it. And inclusion is not a moral tax on growth, it's an imperative of growth. It's not. Sometimes we talk about it as if like, oh, shame, we should be doing inclusion to show. No, it's a business strategy. Markets will be okay about if you get something wrong. We are a forgiving nation, but what they will not forgive if you pretend. That you will not be forgiven for. Okay? If you make inclusion, the goal is about making people uncomfortable. You're gonna come short. Comfort should never be the goal of inclusion. Should never be. Actually, the more it's uncomfortable is the more you're addressing what fundamentally is things that should change. So if you want inclusion in a comfortable way, rather don't do it. Thank you.
They want the story of the scorpion and the frog.
Okay, I'll do it quickly. It's for people my age. It's long time. So there was this scorpion and this frog. They're sitting on a bank, right? So the scorpion says to the frog, "Can I jump on your back and then you can take me swim across?" So the frog says, "Do you think I'm stupid? You're gonna sting me." Then the scorpion said, "But that would be stupid. If I sting you, we are both going to drown." Frog says like, "Okay, it makes sense. Okay, hop on." So as they're going over the river, the scorpion, what does it do? It stings the frog. And as they are drowning, the last words of the scorpion is like, "But it's foolish, we are both going to drown." And the scorpion says, "I know. So then why did you sting me?" "Because I'm a scorpion." And there's South Africa. Even if you get warned, don't say it. The world is doing this. Dude, you cannot be talking about, it's going to be awful if you do that guy. He's going to get upset. We're going to get sanctions and all this stuff. You cannot take whatever to the international court. It's like, we know. But we have to do it because we're South Africa.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ivan. I think he deserves a massive round of applause for that presentation. I really don't think that I've actually heard a presentation on inclusion being spoken like that. So thank you very much. And even showing us the contrast as us South Africans and having to see just how complex of a people we are. So that was quite beautiful to actually witness and listen into. And speaking about inclusivity, right? There's a part of the market that we sometimes don't always include, and that is the market of townships. That is the market of townships. It's a very, very big one. So we're going to be looking into that. It is often an understated or underestimated by formal business, but it is deeply influential in shaping consumption, culture, and entrepreneurial activity. The township economy is not peripheral. It is central to understanding how people buy, how people live, aspire, and how they build. And to help us unpack that, which might also be quite a contrast, if you ask me, because it's not a Pantsula coming on here and telling us about Kasinomics. It's Gigi Alcock. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to be talking about Kasinomics, which is in essence the economics of the informal economy. And the reason I call it Kasinomics is that the problem with the word informal or even township or even rural, it implies unstructured, unsophisticated, small scale, low tech, low income, and so on and so forth, most of which are incorrect to that economy. And as I'll show you, the informal economy represents massive growth opportunities. So why am I telling you about the Kasi? So I grew up in a mud hut in a Zulu village in a place called Msinga in KwaZulu-Natal. My parents were political activists and community workers, and they brought us up in a mud hut, just like Zulu kids. So often people say to me, "Where's Msinga?" I used to struggle to explain where it is. Now I just say it's next to Nkandla. So So the first time I really realized and understood or built a philosophy about marketing into these kind of spaces was I went into a Pick and Pay and I bought my groceries, and I was busy writing out a check to pay for my groceries, which tells you how old I am. So I was writing out the check, and the lady behind the counter said to the lady who was packing my bags, said, which means, look at this white man, he's got hair like a baboon. Talking about my arms, not my hair, as you can see. So I said nothing. I wrote out the check, I tore it out, and I gave it to her. And as I gave it to her, I said, "What do you want for any bali check?"
Yay!
Have you ever seen a baboon writing out a check? With which she screamed and she said, "Sorry, boss." So I said, "Oh, sing so good fan, sing bus manj." Now I've gone from baboon to bus. With which this poor lady fled and stood behind this pillar going, sorry, boss, and she wouldn't finish my transaction because I thought it was very funny and everyone was laughing at her. But I realized at that moment the huge benefit I had of growing up like I did was not about speaking the language, because many people speak many languages. It was more a thing about understanding lifestyle, culture. It was understanding deeper things like sense of humor, irony, what are people's hopes and fears and dreams. And out of this, I built a marketing business, which was in the early 90s, the first business to focus on the township space, called Minanawe Marketing. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is a quarter, the hamburger of the townships. Most people here should know what a quarter is. As you can see, it's endorsed by the Heart Foundation and Banting Friendly. In 2005, I was asked by Parmalat to launch cheese slices in the townships. And at the time, cheese did not exist. And in fact, rich black kids were called cheese boys and cheese girls, because only rich black kids got cheese. And they wanted us to launch into school lunch boxes. And we said, well, kids don't get school lunch boxes. They get ikeri or pocket money, and then they buy from the mamas in the schoolyard. So we suggested launching into quarters and amagwinya. And today, Parmalat sells almost 3 billion rands worth of cheese slices in a market that never existed before. Kind of illustrates the size of this space. Sia in the top there has 5 quarter outlets in Soweto called Sia's Chillers. And he left a job in a call center to go and start that business, and he does very well out of it. But the misconception is people go into this economy because they have no alternatives and that they are unemployed or retrenched or stuff. In fact, the opposite is true. Most of those businesses are very proud of those and have chosen to go into that space. Next slide, please. Sia sources from a range of township bakeries like these ones over here. Dade Sam at the top there, he converted his garage in his home in Soweto into a bakery. He bakes 1,200 loaves of bread a day. I said to him, why did you start this? He said, well, I was the head librarian at UNISA, and I decided that I was making more money from my side hustle of baking cakes and biscuits and bread. So he took early retirement and started this business. Abraham on the right-hand side there, he's got a bakery in Garangua on the edge of north of Pretoria. And he was a CA, and he started that business. And he said to me, he said, I started during load shedding. I said, that is the wrong time to start a bakery. He said, well, what happened was that I went all around, and he's operating in a little RDP house. You can see they've taken the ceilings out because it's so hot in there. He says, I looked all over, and eventually I found an RDP house right next to Rosalind. He said, you see over there is the BMW factory. They never get load shedding here. Next slide, please. So I spoke about one of the things that I realized was about understanding lifestyle. Now today, if you look at our population, and there's an extraordinary survey that we should all look at regularly, which is called South African Household Survey, and happens every single year, and it covers a range of different things. But today, 27% of households, a third of our 19.5 million households in South Africa are one-person households. And 39% of households are 2 to 3 person households. So 66% of our population is between 1 and 3 people. And we have a median age of around 27, and 2/3 of our population is small households. Only 13% of households are 6 people plus. So what does this mean? This means smaller households spend differently. They spend less on household items and spend more money on personal care, beauty, electronics, and so on. And they also rent out Amaroom. So there's a thriving business in Amaroom. So when we look at the population, it's very important to understand, because there's a little company you might have heard of called IKEA. IKEA started in Sweden in the early 50s, and they built a business of flat pack furniture for small formal dwellings that are occupied by 1 or 2 person households. Our demographic in South Africa, our lifestyle is in essence no different to Scandinavia in the 50s. And yet when you think about it, is that how you think about it? Next slide, please. I saw this headline the other day. Cape Town's next property millionaires will come from here. And that's here is not Camps Bay. It's Khayelitsha, Langa, it's the townships of that space. Because there's a booming business in Amaroom or micro rental units that are actually not like a little shitty Wendy house, but are very nice kind of flat 6x3, 3x3 units. And 30 billion rand a year is earned by South African households renting Amaroom. In fact, it's one of the fastest growing sectors, many companies financing that. So what is happening in this space? This increasingly, 66% of our people are living in flats. And in fact, their lifestyle is no different to people in Manhattan or in Amsterdam who are living in small flats, not cooking a lot at home, going out to buy food outside of that. And so we're seeing a growth of densification of townships. And this addresses lifestyle quite dramatically. Next slide. So people say look, the townships, we understand things are changing fast, but rural areas, that place, there's nothing really happening. Well, how's this as a number? Next slide. There are more houses with 1.5 million rand in building materials only in the rural homelands than the city of Cape Town from Melkbosrand to Gordons Bay, plus Wellington, Paarl, Stellenbosch and Franschhoek added together. Houses with 1.5 million rand in building materials only in the rural homelands. That's not counting the township areas. Massive growth of rural areas. You can go to Thohoyandou, Pudadichaba, Mkanduli, Mthatha, Pongola, Bushbuck Ridge. You will see these extraordinary homes being built. The retirement villages of these spaces are actually in Bushbuck Ridge, not in Hermanus or in Howick or wherever it might be. Next slide. So we have almost 2 trillion rands worth of high value real estate, people investing in building these homes with no form of formal home loans and credit. And it's incredible growth of rural areas. Next slide. So rural towns are also booming. So not only in townships, but rural towns are booming. And in fact, this was PPC, the cement company. PPC has identified pockets of resilience in informal construction with demand rising in rural areas. Massive growth of rural areas. When you're thinking about marketing, don't just think of the urban areas and don't just think of township areas, rural areas. 26% of the black middle class, 1 million black and middle class individuals live in rural areas. Next slide, please. And what is this Amaroom kind of single small households growing? Massive growth of the beauty and personal care. Lashes, and most of this room will know, So here's a fun fact. According to Hollard Marine, what would you say is the most stolen imported product in South Africa's ports? Wigs and hair extensions. Despite my hair, I've done a lot of work in this space. Next slide, please. Now, what is driving this? Smaller households, these people are spending differently, as I mentioned. We then have the spaza sector, a massive sector, 190 billion rand a year across a range of different type outlets, what I call spazarettes, more supermarket type outlets like this. Here's an interesting fact. Those spazas are generally about 70% of 4 groups: Somali, Ethiopian, Pakistani and Bangladeshi. They pay South African households 25 billion rand in rental a year because they don't own the properties they operate from. We also see a change in what the spazarette is offering. Look at this one in the bottom right there. That could be a Clicks. That's a Somali-owned shop in Umlazi. The top middle left here is in Guamashu. I took this picture the other day. That's an Eritrean guy. When I asked those guys, why do you have such a wide range of beauty and personal care and premium items? They say, oh, these young people who live in Amarum, this is all they want to buy from us. They have a better feel of the pulse of who their consumer is than many of us in this kind of space. Next one, please. Can we just click through this? Next. Cool. Another area that's growing dramatically is what I call gasikos, which is quarters, amabladi, chicken dust, bohodu, etc., etc. Why is this sector growing? So first of all, this fast food or gasikos sector is 100% South African owned. You do not find a Somali or an Eritrean or a Pakistani selling intlog or ispindi or whatever it might be. So big growth of the sector. And then people say, oh, people buy here because they can't afford food at like a KFC or a Nando's. And here's the mistake. People prefer the food in this space. This sector's booming because the people in Amarum, they don't want to cook in there. Even if they have a 2-plate stove, they want to cook. They want to go out to a quarter outlet, whatever, and sit down and eat. And here's another fun fact. More than 40% of air fryers in South Africa are sold through ShopRite. We know who ShopRite's customer is. But anyway, those who say that people want to buy this food because it's affordable, why don't you go to the next slide, please? I went to visit a friend of mine who's got a tavern in Soweto, and it was a Tuesday, and I said to him, he was looking tired. He said, these people kept me awake. He showed me this bill. Ice Trapay, Valprey Sparkling, Valprey Still, Apple Tizer, beef stew, share, black, hard body chicken, shisanyama platter for 8, chicken feet, the food of the poor, of course, Verve 1,500, and 3 Hennessy at 7,000 rand. Do you think those people are buying those Mautwana because they can't afford to buy something different? People prefer it, and this is what I mentioned about understanding lifestyle and culture. If you go to a butchery like Roots Butchery, you will not find a rump. You will not find a fillet. They turn that into mince. People want blade steak. It's a different type of taste profile and things that people are looking for. How well do we understand these things? Next slide, please. So I don't have time to go through it today, but if you take a mirror to the formal economy, you will find every business in the formal economy represented in the informal economy. They operate slightly differently. This is a 1 trillion rand a year sector. Now, if you take that into perspective, the informal economy is bigger than the mining and agricultural sectors added together. What are the opportunities for B2B business marketing? Focusing on this sector as the opportunity. We think too much about the consumer and we often ignore this space. But people challenge me, they say it's no way that it's as big as you say it is. Next slide, please. This was something called MSME, which is part of, it's a FinScope survey. 2.3 trillion rand, the informal economy. You can go and look at that survey. So we have an informal economy that's between 1 and 2.3 trillion rand. The CEO of Capitec, or ex-CEO, Gerrie Fourie, he said to me, Gigi, there's no way that it's worth 1 trillion rand. It's probably closer to 2 trillion rand. So a massive opportunity. These are employers. They're providing people with foodstuffs that they know people prefer. Even the spies of that Somalia is understanding consumers better than many marketers will ever understand those spaces. Next slide, please. I won't go into this slide, but all of these, you can take a picture of and read it later. But massive growth of shopping centers and businesses that are focusing on township economies. While people often are saying, we should need to get a baker in a township selling to Woolworths. Woolworths doing the opposite. They're trying to get into the townships and ShopRite and so on. I just want to highlight the bottom one. Leratong City, which is a new shopping center built by Exemplar. 3 supermarkets, 2 butchers, 9 banks, and 50 fashion retailers. Smaller households spend differently. They spend on personal care, beauty, electronics, and other items. More importantly, car ownership is changing the way we design shopping centers in the same way smartphone penetration changed our marketing strategies. Massive growth of personal vehicles. Next slide, please. So, when we talk about, in the beginning when I started Minawe, people were always like, well, we have to do marketing in Zulu or Xhosa or Sepedi or whatever it might be. And people still say that to me, is, well, how should we be talking to people? Of course, then they use deep Zulu and it doesn't apply to people who speak a different Zulu. I say to people, you've actually got to use colloquial English. Now, I wasn't joking. I've done a lot of work in the hair extension space. And I was doing some work in Soweto, and I came back around hair extensions, and I came home and I said to my wife, who's white, and I said to Sue, you won't believe how many women in the townships have Brazilians. And she said, that's very interesting. I said, when you feel them, they feel real. She was like, what? You're feeling they're Brazilians? Now, I won't explain that, but the Brazilian she was talking about wasn't on their heads. The same term, Brazilian, mean two different things to different people. And in fact, we talk about colloquial language. If you go to Mozambique and you speak Portuguese, they'll say, no, you're speaking Alto Portuguese. Here we speak Preto Portuguese, black people's Portuguese. The same with French in Africa. The French people speak is their own language that they've owned. Funnily enough, the same story about English in South Africa. Next one, please. As Julia said, white people must understand black people's English is like airtime. Sometimes it runs out. But he's talking about the, fancy English. So we should be talking the English that people speak. And we see this coming across in both culture and in social media and stuff. Next slide. Like this one, when you attend the funeral of someone owing you money. Now that makes no sense unless you understand the culture of funerals. Next one. Or this one, ingane nazoba namatekisi uyibonise encane. Which is you'll recognize a child when he's a baby that he's going to own taxis. Which tells you what the average taxi owner is supposed to look like. Next one. Or like this, whites, triplets, blacks, my twins ate 3. Next one. So, I was involved in the launch of the Daily Sun many, many years ago, and it became the biggest newspaper by far in this country. And we had the choice at the time to do it in Zulu and KZN, print it in Xhosa in the Eastern Cape and so on. And we decided at the time with the editorial team to use the English that people spoke. And still today. And that was the power. It wasn't about, it was about what is the things people wanted to hear about. Like that, she's blind but can see 4-5. But I won't, lots of things I don't translate. So I don't do work for Vodacom, but I took this picture in Tembisa the other day. Except Tembisa, there's no Gasi like Gasia How. In essence, it's Afrikaans, it's Sotho, it's the language, but also they're talking to you, Tembisa. Is that 5 minutes? It's done. All right. So we need to be talking the language. We need to be present in those communities, right where they are, and talking to people in that space. Won't you flip over? Flip through all of these, please. Next. One of the things we found, and I literally 1 minute, one of the things we found what worked incredibly well was Izandla Zagezana, was reciprocal business relationships. I work with Supreme Flour on a program with Township Bakeries, where we have almost 4,000 Township Bakeries on a WhatsApp platform, and every time they buy Supreme Flour, they take a picture of their till slip and they send it onto the WhatsApp platform. The bot reads the Supreme Flour they purchased and gives them things like mixers and baking trays and stuff like that. Very successful. We built the cheese slice thing on something called Parmalat Puma Pambili. Heineken has something called the Tavern Transformation Program, where they invest in taverns and help them improve women's toilets, security, adding cooking facilities, and so on and so forth, and seeing a result of that. PG Bison has a very similar program with 3,500 township woodworkers. The way to the future is, how do we recognize these businesses as partners? And as I said, not only B2B, but how do we invest in rewards and loyalty programs? Because when they look at us, they never believe that actually we want to give them something. It's all about how we extractive in those spaces. Next slide. So I ended one of my books, my latest book, with this. The next great frontier of Africa is the informal business sector. This informal world is inhabited by tribes of survivors, of gasipreneurs, of tabletop traders, hawkers and hustlers, gasikos restauratiers, Spaziret superstores, and backroom rental barons. Go among them, give them respect. They are the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Gigi. I believe he deserves another round of applause. I'm sure that got your mind sparking with some ideas, because I started thinking of a number of businesses I could start. So if you're a serial entrepreneur, I see you, girl. You said you're not going to do another business, but I know you are. But thank you so much, Gigi, for that presentation. We're going to head into our next session, and this will be a panel discussion, and we will be discussing the future of media and the attention economy. So we do live in an era where attention is the currency, and the one who has the attention of the people is the one who is going to win in that market. I believe people are on TikTok. Anyone on TikTok? Don't be shy, it's okay. Okay, only 3 people on TikTok. It's fine. And you know that our attention span is like this much. If you don't catch me on the first hook, you haven't caught me at all. So we're going to have that discussion right now with the future of media and the attention economy. And to lead us in that conversation is Khumudzo Modise, and joining her will be Nomza Munduli, Elizabeth Mokoena, and Veli Mabena. Please welcome Khumudzo Modise.
All right, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? But got really fatigued. Has it been a long morning? No. So how's everyone doing? Good. Great. I'm really excited for the conversation that we're going to be having, and I love how it was introed around TikTokers and the type of media that is popular right now. I am a TikToker myself. And a content creator. If you follow me, you know that I give regular updates on current affairs and matters in the courts. And if you are seeing me for the first time, hi, my name is Khumudzo Modise. So we're going to be having a conversation around the attention economy. I want you to look at at the person sitting next to you. So the man and woman sitting next to you, take a look at them. Come on, you want me to take you to church? Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor! Neighbor! How you doing, neighbor? How you doing? You are likely... Can they turn the aircon? Not bad. Are we a little hot? Or we're cold? Okay, I know we're going to do something about it. I know someone's going to do something about it. Because we're efficient. Yes, we're not going to be cold for very long, I promise you. In this conversation, you'll be very warm soon. But I'm sure someone's taking care of the aircon. So, the reality is that in this room, from the caliber of people that I know are attending here today, you are very likely sitting next to a trailblazer, an innovator, a marketing whiz, right? And a brand specialist. Those are the people that's sitting right next to you. And the people that I fear are very, very likely targeting the same audience and the attention of the same audience that you are. And the people, some of those, the same people in your spaces of work, your field of work, are not necessarily in this building, but they're also competing for the exact same attention that you are. Maybe, I think there's more people out there than those that are here that are also looking for this attention. And the reality is that the attention spanner is getting shorter and shorter, right? I mean, have you seen that? You literally have 30 seconds, right? I mean, less. We've got 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Before you know it, the reality is people are going to scroll, and if you've managed to catch their attention, they will stay, and even then, they might not go to the very, very end of your video or of your content. That's the reality, and that is the truth. Now, what do we do when that is the case? I mean, we understand what the attention economy is about, commodifying your attention, and I think that the audiences are even getting smarter. They're getting wiser. They know that their attention is a commodity in this space. Now, trends are a real thing in this space, and the one thing about trends is that they will come and they will go, but they will also, or maybe, they could stay and they could develop over time. And for a conversation on the future of the media and the attention economy, I'm joined by my lovely panelists who are here with me right here in front. We've got the Marketing and Communications Manager of Prime Media Outdoor, that is Nomzamo Nduli. And we've got the lovely Elizabeth Mukwena, who's the Executive Marketing Director of Unilever. Ladies, thank you so much. So I want to start on that buzzword, the attention economy, right? I mean, for me at least, and I think for many of the people in this room who are professionals in this space, it does sound like an age-old term. We hear it over and over again. But I think that the definition of the attention economy is changing and evolving with all the trends that I've been speaking about. So maybe, Nomzamo, you can start with what exactly we're speaking about when we talk about the attention economy, and how has it evolved over time?
Good afternoon, everybody. As introduced, I'm Nomzamo from Prime Media Outdoor. So for us, attention is, of course, a currency. So from an outdoor perspective, we monetize the attention that we capture from our billboards and structures. I do think it's evolving because I think it's not even so much the attention economy, because the more information there is, the less attention that our consumers have. So it's actually the trust economy I think we're moving into, which is more that, you know, people are looking for brands they can trust, and they're looking for sort of, you know, a reduced cognitive load. Like, people want to think less. They want to, you know, they want to make decisions without having to really, really think. So I think what's changed from the attention economy is actually more of a trust economy, I would say. We all are ADHD, I say. Like, we can't concentrate more than 3 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been speaking in a lot of forums like this, and the resounding theme that I've been getting is people speaking about how we are a chronically online generation, Now that you've moved the conversation towards trust and away from just attention, right? What earns that? In your experience, Elizabeth, what have we seen in terms of trends, but also in terms of development in the space that has people moving from just having the attention or watching your content, seeing your billboard, seeing your ad, and actually resonating and trusting the brand?
So firstly, afternoon, and thanks for the question. Afternoon, everyone in the room. So I work in FMCG, and to build trust for brands like Sunlight that have been around for over 135 years, or Handy Andy over 40 years. I mean, we have a portfolio of brands that have been in existence for quite some time. And so when you talk about trust, it is the ability to show up consistently in line with what you said you do or you are, right? So I believe trust, even in this attention economy, is earned based on your ability to be credibly seen as somebody who, when speaking, is believed. So how are you monetizing your attention can actually erode the trust that the audiences that you have having you. Because then it's like, okay, but today she said she uses Sunlight. Tomorrow she's using brand X, brand Z, brand Y. So actually she's just selling. Whereas when I tapped into this community, I was interested in her or, you know, the content. So I think for me, consistency with which you show up is important, and the ability to deliver on what you said you would, right? So quality is another thing that builds trust. Superiority. So if you are asking me to pay a premium,
it better be worth it.
Yeah.
And we've seen that trust disrupted by things like dupes, or what people are calling dupes, is in the fragrance space, the ability of Arabian fragrance manufacturers to deliver longevity, quality fragrance, at a fraction of the price that consumers used to pay to get an eau de parfum or a parfum, means that people's trust is broken in what fine fragrance would be. So I think that's what it is for me, is trust is something that you earn through consistently showing up as you said you would, through delivering quality and not treating that as too much of a currency that you give out everywhere.
Yeah. And I'm sure both of you ladies have the difficult job. I mean, I know, particularly with you, Nomzamo, it's more around in the billboard space, right, in terms of outdoor. But maybe more with you, Elizabeth. You know, you have the challenge now of almost having to choose between traditional and the digital space. The buzzword currently is digital. Everyone's going digital. And I think the lovely thing about Africans and South Africans is that, we don't want to be left behind. So when people said influencers, we said, listen, say no more. We are going to be there, right? We will be there, right? And now, of course, even in the digital marketing space, there's a lot of developments even around influencer marketing. But I think the concern that many people have is that the reality of our people here is that traditional media is still where the masses are at, right? I mean, millions are still on Ukhozi and the like, right? They're on the SABC. So how do you balance that? As a brand that still wants to be relevant, still wants to be moving with the times, still wants to resonate with the young and hip and happening, but also still wants to speak to the people of our land, our people.
So you're right in that it's a challenging thing to do. But the first myth I'd like to bust is that even in this moment where that is the conversation, it has never been an either or in marketing. Yeah, it's always been an and. It was called a marketing mix for a reason.
Yeah.
Because depending on the job that you need to do, you are going to use different levers to get there. So within Unilever, where we've been very, I think, out there about our intent of moving some of our spend a lot more into social marketing and influencer marketing, we still believe that it is social first and not social only. Meaning, we are going where the attention is to mine insights about our consumers to be able to go back and then develop products that meet their needs better. We are partnering with a community of creators who are able to tell our brand stories from a point of authenticity, right? Yeah. Because we engage with them, we show them what the product is about, they use it, they believe in it, and then they advocate for it. Not only just, paying people to be a voice piece, because then we get into the noise, economy.
Yeah.
So it's hard, but I think there's certain things that make it easier. Yeah. One, when you have a brand like Sunlight that is in 8 out of 10 households, the job of getting attention is a big job. We're talking, I need to reach millions of people in different ways. Now, there is a role for mass media in doing that, because from a cost point of view, it can be a more efficient way of reaching them. But then there's a personalization angle to it. And people like to be spoken to, right? They don't want to be shouted at. So how do I then use social media to have a conversation versus a one-way kind of messaging, which I could with a TV advert, or I could with a billboard or a radio. But what the beauty of social media is it allows us to have conversations. It allows user-generated content. So whether it was a Vaseline verified campaign where people were discovering different ways that they could use Vaseline through the community of influencers, that we could never have generated TV ads that show all those uses effectively. Similar thing with Sunlight as a bar soap. We're finding out from our communities and users the multiple ways that they're using this brand. We designed a laundry bar
and I'm finding out that it's used for edges,
Yes.
to make waves, all sorts of things, which is beautiful because actually it's a collaborative, reiterative process that's also inspiring the kind of innovation that I can put out there.
Yeah.
If I didn't mind social, I wouldn't know that fragrance was such a big growth conversation topic, and that actually consumers wanted long-lasting fragrance, which is how we then created the comfort range that is out there and consumers are loving, and has resulted in Comfort becoming the fastest growing brand in Unilever Southern Africa.
Yeah.
So it's not an either or, it's a mix. And I think based on your job to be done, you need to understand the role of that platform and what you're wanting to achieve with it.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that you say that because just today, as I was getting prepared, the lady who was busy, with makeup and had a bar, a green bar, the green sunlight bar, right? And I asked her what was going on because it was very oddly placed in a random basin somewhere. And she said, "Oh, this is great for washing sponges for makeup. Just you'll get all the makeup out of your sponge." I said, "Girl, why didn't you tell me sooner?" So, listen, it's great that you mentioned that, but I'm going to come back to you, right? Because the critiques, particularly around digital, right, have a lot to say about how things are not necessarily going to look the same in the future, and the craze that we're currently going through will die down. So I'll come back on that. But I want to come back to you, Nomzamo, because, I mean, you being in the billboard space, and particularly for outdoor, I can imagine that the conversation around AI is one that you are not getting away from. I'm sure it's in every room, in every other meeting. Just take us into those conversations around what AI is doing in your space and in your work.
Sure. I just wanted to touch on your point, Elizabeth, just that billboards aren't dead. So I'm very happy to hear that, as you mentioned, the marketing mix is made up of both digital, but also just the need for, people want more in-person connections. I think people are looking for that sense of belonging and community. So there is a combination between that offline and online world that comes together, which billboards give you and provide you. I think from an AI perspective, it's always that question that people always it's that buzzword that people always talk about. I think in our space, what makes it perhaps more relevant in our space is that we use it for a lot of sort of decision making, being able to sort of use AI to help you with content targeting, looking at the people that are actually just traveling on our roads, so mobility numbers, that kind of stuff. Some of our data is also very targeted around the actual visibility numbers, so we're able to use AI to, specify and actually, really fine tune that detail around who the people are that are going across our structures. I think we're able to also look at technology from a perspective of different touch points. I think we're building branded or smart cities, should I say. A billboard is not just a billboard. It's part of a city. It's part of a community. It serves businesses that we are obviously putting brands and businesses on.
Yeah.
So I think there's a big conversation. I think it's ongoing. It is becoming like wallpaper, but I think it is a conversation that you can't quite ignore, no matter whether you're from a digital perspective or in-person kind of real structure.
Yeah, and I'd imagine it's the same conversation around getting more digital billboards as well on our streets.
Absolutely, and a lot of our structures are digital, so we've moved from, we've got static structures still, but we have a lot of digital structures, which allows us to trigger information based on anything. So based on weather, based on perhaps traffic, time, based on even just cultural moments. I think there's brands that have done really well around kind of advertising campaigns that have captured cultural moments. The Pineapples, Nakeds of the world. Nando's is also really good at sort of coming out as a brand that really comes at a time where they can tell a good story based on the culture or what's happening in the country.
Yeah. Listen, the one thing about a billboard is it will grab your attention, right?
You have no choice.
You have no choice, right? You must pay attention and you must look. I want to come back to you there, Elizabeth, just around the digital marketing space, influencers, as I said. I think all the marketing professionals in this space are already planning for the future. So they're already thinking, okay, this is the trend now, but what are things going to look like in the future? What are some of the conversations that are happening in your space around that, right? Because I do think that we are going through a wave right now, seeing a similar type of quote-unquote advertising and brands putting themselves out there in the same way. But I don't think things are going to stay this way in the future, are they?
Yeah, if there's one thing you can bet on, that will always be constant, it's change, right? Tax and death. So we have to evolve, otherwise we will die. anything that has not continued to grow, innovate, or grow, change, has reached extinction. And I think those are just the natures of, or what is called the natures of the world. So if I think of the conversations that we're having, absolutely we are looking at how do we use a set and mix of platforms to drive attention that is earned and resilient attention that will build brands in a cost-effective manner, but also in a manner that allows our brands to stand out, cut through, disrupt, etc. So AI for us is actually a tool that we are going to be using. One, you've talked about all the back-end work, but it allows us to create so much more personalized content. So therefore, we can have more engaging conversations, at a one-on-one level. It's crazy to think about how well your phone knows you. The things we tell ChatGPT, the basket that Checker 60 knows I need to refresh, that's where kind of taking that rudimentary work out of the system comes in. So how do we use AI to really understand our communities, our cohorts of people? What are they talking about? What are they saying is one area. How do you use AI to automate things that are taking precious time out of the process of creativity? Because we really still value creativity, because that is the amplifier, of effective work that delivers growth. So how do we take stuff that can be automated to automation and spend time together, creating, ideating, producing? Then it's about remixing. So how do you then take content that you've used and reuse it? How do you sweat your assets better? And I think AI allows you to do that. But how do we also feed AI the right information so that AI does not become a dangerous tool? So brands like Dove have been very clear that we will not use, any kind of filtering of our models, because it's a brand that stands for real beauty. So we will use non-adult pictures. And also, we will capture images of people and feed AI pictures of what real people look like, so that when your teenage daughter or somebody is looking for real black beauty, they're not coming out with some morphed view of what beauty could be. So I think we're thinking about the dangers and benefits of AI in how we show up in this attention economy. And I think we are looking at how we use it as a tool that partners our creativity, that partners our innovation, that partners our relevance and speed, and then also takes away some of the unnecessary cost in the value chain of building brands.
One thing that I knew when we started this conversation is that 25 minutes for three women who are in communication was never going to be enough. But I am hoping that this conversation was a starter for many of you, just as you go back and really consider trends, but also consider the attention economy and how you can make yourself relevant in that space as well. And not just what's called the noise economy, as you said, right? Not just be part of the noise. This does bring us to the very end. Thank you so much, ladies, Elizabeth Mukwena, as well as Nomzamo Manduli. Yes, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
Just another round of applause for the panel. Thank you so much, Homotso, for leading that conversation. All right, now we are going to recharge our English, get our airtime back in, get our energy in. So we're going to break for lunch for 40 minutes. So then I'll see you after 40 minutes, and then we'll have our next sessions coming up. Thank you. We don't have time. Hey, leadership. Hi, Leo. Say hi to Brilliant.
did was to bring in a diverse voices. Someone from operations, from finance, a CEO. Which is something that seldom happens, and to talk about this brand thing, because oftentimes, like I say, marketers always preach to the already converted, and really that doesn't help us or it doesn't help our cause. So thank you to all the speakers that have been here so far on this stage, and they've done a brilliant job. And thank you to our brilliant host, Masisizane Fund. In marketing, oftentimes we have a slogan, that sometimes even the brand never lives up to. So if you look at the Masisizane slogan, it says transformation, collaboration, and growth. If you look at our collaboration with them, ticks all those boxes, if I had to put it that way. And thank you so much to the team there at Masisizane, Esiyabonga, Tiamo, and of course the head of investment, the big boss, the one who's authorized Moreki, the big boss, Mr. Tawang Sheza. And of course, Telkom also has been a terrific partner. Yes, I almost said terrific partner in this year's edition. And of course, Brand South Africa. There's a lady who promoted it so proudly, and I was like, yeah, that's how you champion a nation brand. You need people who are passionate about the brands that they are promoting. You might have seen in your goodie bags, there's a Tologazi, a can, a proudly African brand that's really shaking things up. And apparently it's got some exciting plans for Africa Month, so can't wait to see what you guys are up to. And of course, the Lerato Agency, a small boutique agency based in Bryanston with 5 or 6 employees, really doing incredible things. So if you're looking for a PR or marketing agency, look no further. Those who know. All right. Thank you, everybody. I hope we are ready to kick off, and we'll still be able to finish on time. Thank you once again.
I think we can do better than that for Pat. Yes. All right, thank you very much. Also, just thank you so much for just collaborating with us and just making sure that we just continue and trying to make up the time that we have lost. So thank you so much for your patience. So now we're going to move on to the next session, and we will be looking into CMO power conversation. Yes, there's the CMO power conversation where we're spotlighting on the evolving role and influence of the chief marketing officer. We know that it has changed dramatically over the years, and today's marketing leaders are expected not only to drive campaigns, but to shape growth, culture, innovation, customer understanding, and commercial impact, and all the other things that were spoken about this morning. So please welcome onto the panel, it will be Bronwyn Pretorius as well as Homozo Mamnya. I hope I said that correctly. And it will be led by Tabani Kumalo. Please give them a huge round of applause.
You tried, eh? Well done.
You try.
Homozo, do you want to correct the surname? Let's do that.
Afternoon, am I audible? Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Homozo Manya, the Chief Marketing Officer of Samsung Africa.
Let's go. Bron, quick intro.
Oh, hi. I'm Bronwyn Pretorius. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Ackermans, a part of the Pepcore Group.
Super. Thank you, ladies. So, welcome, everyone. So, my name is I host a smaller podcast called the CMO Corner. I project quite well, so if the thing happens, my name is Tab. I run a podcast called CMO Corner, and I'm cheap labor. Can do it up this, guys. I'm just. Homozo, can I borrow your mic? You and I can exchange. Testing sound. There we go. So I was saying, I run a smaller podcast called the CMO Corner, where I talk to CMOs, and I think I was cheap labor for Pat, which is why I'm sitting here. He wants to keep all the telecom money, I can see. So So on a serious note, though, we want to have a conversation with some of the leading CMOs our country has and our continent has, and around the space of where CMOs are currently and where they are going. And I think what's imperative to understand is the complexity of CMOs right now. If you do a bit of research, you see that they actually sit in the role for give or take between 2.5 years to 3 years. That is a very, very low number. But the important thing that I want us to also understand is what they need to deal with, and hopefully they can sharpen what we can actually do. So I've got a quick question before we quickly start. I want to get a sense of the room, right? So who is in corporate full-time? No side hustle, nothing. Okay? Who is in corporate and has a side hustle? As long as your boss is not here. Okay? And then who is a full-time entrepreneur running their own business and they do their own marketing, shop of one, etc. Okay. Nice split room. Okay. The reason why I asked that so we accommodate everyone in our discussion. Cool. So, ladies, let's start maybe with what you are potentially dealing with. And I'll start with Bronwyn, so I can do the whole mic exchange with Komo to the side. I'm interested to understand where you see the role currently from where it used to be, and what are some of the shifts? And I want both of you to actually tackle that question.
Sure. So I started my career at ShopRite Group of Companies. So I spent 11 years at the massive organization that is ShopRite. And I remember my job at the time was ticking product and price. So I would look at IQF chicken, and for those of you who don't know what IQF stands for, it's individually quick frozen. And I would be the person that would take all of the leaflets. There were 13 million leaflets that were being printed at the time, and that was my job. Make sure the leaflets got out on time to be printed. Back then it was very much focused on traditional, right? You didn't have as much one-on-one engagement with your audience as you do today, and you definitely were not seen as the growth driver within the organization. Marketing back then, they even have the jokes today, the pretty pictures department, right? And do we do pretty pictures? Sure as hell we do pretty pictures, but we can do a whole lot of other things as well. So today and how it's evolved is we need to understand our customer very deeply. You need to understand data. You need to understand RFML segmentation. You need to be able to understand SQL and Salesforce. And you need to be able to understand how to storytell at the same time. So from a brand point of view, you need to be able to understand creativity. And then from a data point of view, you need to be able to understand how you connect the two in order to get your audience to be relating to your brand. So it's very much 360, very holistic. Your position on an Exco team is about how do you drive revenue and understanding profit and loss, and not just about what you put on a TV ad at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's about moving from a cost center into a profit center. And it's a difficult one because marketing being in the room has always been seen as a cost center, and there's always this tension between sales and marketing, right? It's the marketing guys. No, it's the sales guys. That tension is healthy, to be honest with you, and it needs to be there in order to keep the business going. Having said that, when I started at Lauda a while ago, Mr. Leonard Lauda spoke 2 words to me which were very important. He said market, share. And ever since that day, I've understood that the role of marketing is to bring sales, right? At the core of it is that, in actual fact, sales is a marketing discipline, right? So it has changed from what Bron is saying about pretty pictures, etc. I do think that the essence of it then has just come out a lot more because there's so much more that's being asked from marketeers outside of the creative because of what AI is able to do, but it's asking marketeers, what else are you bringing to the table to bring money on the table?
And in bringing money, the most important thing to also understand, I would argue, is the relationship that you have with consumers. Marketing holds that relationship. Consumers are people that's in with the business, but no consumer, there is no business. But what you find is as you go into the boardroom, everyone is thinking about where marketing is, what marketing should do, how this event should happen, how we should change and wiggle the P&L so that
your innovation actually makes much more sense. So everyone is dictating what marketing should be doing. Influence in the boardroom space. I'll start with you, Khomoto.
Audiences of one are very problematic. Okay, because everybody has a child that buys a phone, and everybody has a Samsung TV, and everybody, so everybody thinks that they can do a job because they see themselves as a consumer themselves. I think the power of segmentation is something quite interesting, and again, I'm going to, I don't know why I'm speaking about Little Loader so much. It's about where your next 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000 customers are going to come from. And if as a marketeer you don't know where these people are, you've got a problem, not just for yourself, but how do you answer for basically your bread in the boardroom. So it's a clear understanding of the consumer journey from where they are now and what they mean for you in the future and how you get them to then basically convert and stay loyal. So if you don't know where they are, there's no way for you to fetch them. I hope that answers the question.
Got you. Bronwyn, question around consumer segmentation, which Khomoto was touching on. Can you give everyone in the room practical tools, very high level, about how we can actually practically do that? And I'm speaking for the entrepreneurs in the room. I think the people in corporate might have templates that you steal, and then you use them for the side gig. But for the people that don't have the luxury of that and running their own businesses, hopefully they want a template or thinking.
So luckily we have a data team, right? So we have a big data team, and how we structure our segments. In previous companies, we would give them names or personas. And what's very common is that you look at who's your loyal customers, your loyalists, who are your churned or your near churned customers, or what I mentioned earlier, an RFM segmentation, which looks at recency, frequency, monetary, but then also looks at length of time.
Sorry,
and what
Brian,
you do.
I don't like interrupting. Please double click on and all
Okay,
of those
great.
acronyms
Of course, of course. So what a churned customer is a customer that has left you, a customer that's no longer with you. A near churn customer, they've shown certain attributes that show that, ooh, if they don't shop with me one more time in the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks, as an example, they're probably going to churn. So they're likely to churn. So they're likely to leave you. Your loyalists are the ones that have all of your products. So in an Ackerman's point of view, they shop for baby and kids. They have a Phonium contract with you. They have a lay-by. They have an Ackerman's A+ account. So those are your loyalists. Those are the guys that have all of your touch points, and they've engaged with all of your offerings that you have, and they pay on a monthly basis, and they frequent your stores every, let's say, 8 weeks, 8 to 10 weeks within a retail space of apparel. And when it comes to the recency, frequency, monetary, length of time, you attribute scores to them. And these scores tell you from 1 to 10 where your customers are that you should spend the most money on. So the customers where it's going to drive more revenue, and the customers where, it's going to take a long time and a lot of money for you to try and get them back. But if I can just circle back to your question around going into a boardroom and everybody has an opinion with regards to marketing. I think the blessing and the curse when it comes to marketing is that everybody thinks that they're a marketer, right? Everybody's on social media. Everybody watches some sort of show on Netflix. Everybody has an opinion. And then if you speak about the fashion space, which I come from, so the value retail fashion space, everybody thinks that they're a fashionista. So the combination of they think they're a fashionista, they think they're a marketer, and everybody has an opinion on, oh my word, I absolutely love this influencer, use her. I'm like, the demographic doesn't necessarily match up to who our demographic is. There's science to our madness, right? And how I try to get over that, let's say, hurdle or opportunity in my career is I market marketing to the business, to the point where the business looks at marketing as a very valuable area in the organization where they can't survive without marketing. Every time they do something, they're like, ooh, let me go and chat to the marketing department to see how I can make this better. Every time they're thinking about something strategic, from a presentation template to how our CEO positions himself in group, organization, conferences, marketing has a touch point everywhere. And every time my team show up, they are expected to show up excellently. There's no room for average when it comes to what we do in a business.
So be careful if you want to apply acronyms, Now, with that said, what you also
in the role, you've got short-term performance that needs to be, you've got long-term performance from brand building, equity, brand love, resonance, etc. But you've got the short-term stuff, which is grow share in the next quarter, drive conversion, sales, drive margins where we can. How do you balance that conversation? Because at the end of the day, you're still a marketer. Your thing is a long-term game. It's not a short-term game. But at the end of the day, the business requires you to deliver now.
Yeah, I think, and I think I spoke to you earlier about this. If the sales are not good, even the light box is to blame, right? Like, if the sales are not good, this thing is going to be, it's marketing. First, it's marketing's fault. They've spent the money, they've wasted the money. Look at where we are now, and the sale, and then the marketing guys are saying, well, we've done the job to tell as many people as possible. It's a very good tension again, but the short-term goal does remain the sale. And for somebody such as myself, who works for a very, very big international company with very short levers to pull as quickly as possible. So you can imagine that our product pipeline is like 5 years, right? We know exactly what the next S-series in the next 7 years is going to look like and the technology that goes into it. So the job to be done there is to continue to maintain awareness while making sure that the sales are happening on a day-to-day basis. And because I work for such a commercially driven company and the Koreans don't play, they measure everything. Everything has got a KPI to a point where even your time and attendance has got KPIs. And that's a good thing, right? Because then you measure, you actually do measure what matters. And for the Koreans, it starts with the sale, and it basically ends with the sale. And like I said earlier, it's a market share conversation. On the brand pieces, for me, possibly different for Bron, is that we've got this massive brand awareness in this country, and how that translates into sales is a day-to-day battle for us. We've got smaller brands that are coming for us, and dare I say, nobody wants to be there when we sip to number 2. It's a very, very difficult place to find yourself in, because you're being chased day and night, and sometimes it's not even about how big the budgets are, right? Because I can tell you, our budgets, we spend 80% of the total marketing budgets available for the whole of mobile. So we don't have a money problem. We also don't have a brand awareness problem. We've got a serious conversion problem together with a loyalty problem, And how do we sort that out on a day-to-day basis? It's not about the next billboard. I can buy every billboard that's available in this country right now. But what levers am I pulling, both emotionally and at a South African level? And I know you want to talk about the local stuff, How do we make sure that we gain resonance with South Africans outside of the brand trust that sits with the trusted brand of being a Korean brand all through the years? We're being pushed for more and more when competitors are saying, we're cheaper, we're better, we're shinier, etc., etc. So to answer your question, from my perspective, at a brand level, the Koreans have done a really good job. But at a day-to-day level, the fight is actually on the sales floor, right? Blood is on the sales floor at the moment. And that's why I believe that sales is a discipline of marketing and so forth and so forth. Because when that customer gets to the store, the job to be done there is not to convince them that Samsung is not a good brand. They know that. Is to not get them to be swayed by a competitor at the shop floor, which is when things like sales and Salesforce and managing a Salesforce becomes even more important, even as a marketeer, because my job does not end at awareness. It doesn't end at consideration. It is at the fight of conversion on the shop floor.
And they're clapping now, eh? The food is settled. So, I'm joking, guys. So, with the fight being at the shop floor, Bron, what I'm interested to understand is also you need to think about where marketing is. Generally, you find that we like swaying to the new and latest thing, right? If you think about social media back in the day, social media was there. Parrots on Facebook. Twitter came. Parrots on Twitter. Open all the brand accounts. But there are principles in brand building for the long term that are constant. And I want you to put on a hat where, in your CMO role, currently, what you've seen works, the things that don't change, not the new things. And also for the entrepreneurs in the room,
that can take the principles that still work that are important in marketing in building these brands?
I listened to a podcast by Emma Grid a few days ago where she interviewed Bobby Brown.
Brilliant.
And Bobby Brown, if you don't know about her story, she obviously started Bobby Brown Cosmetics. She sold her business to Estee Lauder when she was about 38, 39 years old for about $1 billion. And then she had a 25-year non-compete, so she worked for Bobby Brown for 23 years. And after 23 years, when she was about 59 years old, they wanted to change the contract. She said she got fired. So she got fired from Estee Lauder. Then at 62, when the non-compete was completed, she started another brand, another makeup and beauty brand. And one of the things that she said was working in corporate versus working for herself. In corporate, lots of times people think what's more important is the marketing, or what's more important is the packaging. It's the product, right? And so from a marketing perspective, when it comes to that fight on the sales floor, as was being spoken about, the product is going to win, right? So when you're building brand, you need to build brand on a trusted product. And if the trusted product is not there, it's very difficult to build any kind of brand. What we've been lucky to do from an Ackerman's point of view, everybody knows us as the kids retailer. We're the number one kids retailer, the number one baby retailer. We've got the highest market share in the country when it comes to baby and kids. So probably all of you sitting around here have had a baby girl school clothes or something from Ackerman's. It's more than likely. And if you didn't, then
something's wrong with you.
Something's wrong. But what I've been so blessed with is to be able to work for a legacy brand that has those trust principles that are already in existence, right? So when I think about how we as a team and we as a department build brand, we tap into kids. Because what's the one thing that parents, all of us, no matter where we come from, we can come together at, is when we're parents, all of our kids do similar things. They do silly things, they do cute things, they do fun things. So if you can connect to your consumer, and in my case, in Ackerman's, to a mom, to a dad, through the day-to-day of their kids and their kids' lives and how Ackerman's can make their lives easier, through the quality product that's been trusted for so many years, for over 100 years, that's how you build brand. But if the product is problematic, you can't build brand. That at the core needs to be there.
You know what I always used to say? I know I'm not the person that's sitting on the panel. We can't, as marketers, put ourselves in a position where we are spin doctors, where the product is so bad. But because you are marketing winner, you're going to re-engineer this thing. It doesn't work like that. To Bronwyn's point. So if the product is bad, tough. Don't try and market a bad product. Now, Homoto, I'm interested, you in tech. And for me, what is important to understand is the new. So we've spoken about the base, the things that don't change. I think the new things that are important with everything happening in technology, I think you've got some insights that you can share on what we can do to just set ourselves up for success as well for the now and the future, because it's running very quickly.
Yeah. Guys, at methodology level, the funnel will always be the funnel. Will always be the funnel. Forever and ever. Okay? So I think we because it's been drummed into us so much, don't forget it, right? Because at any point in time, any consumer is in a particular need state. Whether it's awareness, whether it's consideration, conversion, and loyalty, that is your North Star as a marketeer. I don't see that changing a lot. And then obviously the way in which we speak to a consumer at awareness level will definitely change. Out-of-home media has changed so much over the past few years, but it's still an awareness driver. Like, you can't sell from a billboard. Even if you put a QR code, a billboard is a billboard is a billboard, right? And a consideration set, which is where the playground is at the moment. So if you don't have a strategy for how to play on consideration, you need to figure it out, because no one jumps and falls through the funnel from awareness all the way to conversion in 5 seconds. Think about yourself, right? That consideration set piece is so important, because that is where social media plays, large language models play, AI is playing to drive and to entice you into a point of purchase and what we call the moment of truth. So technology is going to come, but technology is going to dance in consideration because of just how much customization has been happening. So it's no longer about stack 'em high, make 'em fly, tell as many people about it. It's about finding the right people and doing the job of convincing as much as possible for them to eventually convert. So AI is here, right? Large language models are here. You know, ChatGPT's become Google, etc., etc. I think everybody knows this. We all here as marketers with an understanding of AI. What AI is going to do is to drive a consideration set. So you need, as a marketeer, as an entrepreneur, how do you make sure that your brand or your product is being considered after it's being seen? Super, super important, because that is when storytelling comes. That's when benefit understanding comes. That's when you show what it does. This washing machine, put your things in and then you don't need to measure your omo, etc., etc. I know I want a washing machine. Which one do I want? Right? I know I want a phone. Which one do I want? So the job is to dance in the era of consideration, so that when that conversion finally happens and the loyalty happens, that person is inconvincible to move to the next alternative.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just remember that consumers are not monogamous loyalists. They're not Russell Wilson with Sierra. They are Jacob Zuma with his 4 wives.
Thank you so much, Sabani. Let's give them a huge round of applause just one more time. That was such a great conversation to have, just to look into just marketing and how it has grown just over the years. And right now, kind of tying into everything that we have spoken about. So we've heard about relevance. We've heard about Kasinomics. We've heard about inclusivity. But now, how do you bring all of that and read the room correctly so that you can market to the right audience at the right time? And that is what the next conversation is going to be looking into. Like I said, it's going to explore one of the most important skills in marketing, the ability to interpret context, read culture, and understand how audiences are truly feeling. Do you understand their mood? Do you understand the nuance? Do you understand the data? And you also understand the timing? And to help us unpack that conversation, we have a panel discussion that will be led by Bohosi Mutshekwa. And joining that conversation is Mike Sherman, Kadekani Baloi, Nuala Harris Murele, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, and Zaditi Mwango. Please welcome them on stage.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bohosi Mutshekwa, and to kick off the session, I just wanted to frame this concept of reading the room. So I think reading the room starts at a bigger scale. I think the way I think about it is that we actually need to go outside, go into the galaxies, and then come into this beautiful blue globe, which affects everybody. So that is the beginning of a context. The way I think about rooms is that rooms always change. And they don't change in terms of the infrastructure or the walls. What changes is the design, the nuance, and the aesthetics. To give an example, there was a time when there was a room which was filled with women who said, I will not work, I will raise my children. Today, in the same room of gender equality, what are you talking about when you're saying a woman is not working? It is the same room, but the room changes. And also, there are multiple rooms. There are always different rooms. On the panel, we have people who lead and occupy different rooms. So what we're going to hear is, what does it mean to read the room in their different context? And I hope this translates into your own world and your own context. So the first question, our time is limited and we've got amazing experts. 1 minute. What is reading the room for you, and what does that mean within your context in terms of what it is that you do? Please explain what it is that you do in your answer as well.
Firstly, happy birthday.
Ah.
Big 4-0. Yo! There we go. My name's Mike Sharman. I run an agency called Retroviral, and we've made more brands go viral globally than any other agency in Africa. That's our calling card. And for me, I think I see it as the opposite way around, as a self-awareness first, understanding the me before you can understand the we. And I think that's the thing. Like, I always joke that I'm now the old white guy in our agency. So obviously, I have limitations in terms of my own understanding and my own lived experiences compared to the majority of South Africa. So I think we're so scared of asking questions because we're scared of looking bad or not knowing something. I think when you humble yourself and ask the questions, I love seeing trending topics on Twitter because I'm Twitter years old, and things that I don't understand, or if they're in Xhosa or Zulu, and then asking people around me, what do these things mean? Why are they trending? What's the story? Because I think if we aren't inquisitive about what's happening around us, we can never truly be aware of what's happening in front of us in the kind of short space. And I think that for me is what reading the room means in our world. Like, for me, I spent a bit of time in a past life as a stand-up comedian, and I always say that comedy and marketing are cousins, because in marketing we hunt the insight, we hunt the truth, and in stand-up comedy it's all about the truth first, the premise first, because if there's a room full of people from different backgrounds, shapes, cultures and sizes, you've got to get the truth first that everybody can nod their head to. And if you can nail that, then you build the creative layer, the humor, and everything off the back of that. And I think that we have some of the best humor in the world, but humor can go horribly wrong if you don't have the understanding of what's happening in the room. The situation we did with my creepy teacher, like, I asked people, like, the guy swimming with the octopus in Octopus Teacher, like, does everybody know the story, or is this like the white crowd in Nuduk? Do they know? And then getting those different voices and getting those responses, that's why WhatsApp groups for me is so important with our team. Humble myself, ask the question, is this something that everybody knows about, or is this a specific target market? And I think that's the thing, ask more questions, because people will back you more if you don't know and you ask, as opposed to being arrogant and assuming, and then, like a certain brand that we won't mention, once put out pink pens for women, and got absolutely cancelled, dragged, and crashed out.
Amazing.
It's a tough answer to follow. I think for me, reading the room, once you've gotten to a point where you've got that understanding of self, is getting out of the room, right? Like, whether that room is your head, whether that room is the boardroom that you're in within your building, whether it's literally just getting out of the building. It's about being able to take yourself out of the position of decision maker and sort of understand the person that you're trying to engage with or interact with. It's so easy, especially in corporate South Africa. Like, everyone in corporate South Africa knows everything, right? And so, to Mike's point, a lot of decisions are made based on assumptions, where you'll find that someone had their entire career in Cape Town, they born, bred, raised Cape Town. The most they've ever been outside of Cape Town is Joburg, or maybe they went to Durban for the warmer beach. And they are selling products to places like Limpopo, like the Northwest. They've never traveled there, they've never experienced that, and they are making decisions which are impacting a national business, right? And so for me, the most critical part of reading the room is being able to get out of your own head and understand what's going on in the real world.
Just before, quickly, what do you do?
Oh, sorry. Katakani Baloi. I am a commercial strategist, currently leading digital commerce for one of the large FMCG companies, but also entrepreneur in the fintech space.
Amazing, thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Zagiti. I'm an accidental marketeer in that I thought I'd end up in finance, and I've ended up in the wonderful world of marketing, and it's just been the greatest adventure of my life. I currently work for one of the biggest global FMCGs, leading a very special category called cocoa malt beverages, but I've spent time working in cosmetics, in snacks, in fashion, in eyewear. I've had a time. And for me, reading the room looks like doing two sets of things, understanding where data lives and where gut instinct live. And I think once you're able to understand that if you are well informed on the gut where culture lives, then you can build a financial outcome. As marketeers, all of us in the room, whether we run a business or you work for a corporate, the outcome has to be gains, and the gains often look financial. I'll give you a pointed example. For me, reading the room looks like not treating culture as an other out there in the universe, where you stop referring to people as consumers. No one lives to consume. You are a human having a human experience. And when the people in the room who are talking about brands start to think of you as a human, the insight that can follow is incredible. I'll give you a pointed example on a snacks brand where there was no data deck that basically said people are having white bread with snacks inside them. All the research and the agencies in the world could not validate that. So we got into a taxi with some of the core senior leaders in the business, and we went to MTN Taxi Rank, and we showed them this is how people consume the snacks. They put it into a white piece of bread. That is not an instinct you can find in a research deck. It's something that you have to be on the street, at the taxi rank, at the bus stop, in the WhatsApp groups, in the TikTok comment sections to know. So reading the room means, I think, to both Mike and Gadeko's point, getting out of your own way and getting out there. Be a human busy being, and that's what makes great marketeers and brands that really come alive.
Hello, my name is Nawala. I was hoping that the moderator would try to say my name, because after Andrea's name was not said this morning, I had a silent giggle thinking I'm sure they won't be able to pronounce my name. I have the privilege of working for a market research company called Kantar, and what I do is on a daily basis I work for 97% of the world's brands. Now that is a huge privilege. It means we get to partner with multiple brands to drive brand growth and to talk to them about what is at the heart of their businesses, which is consumers. To answer the question about the boardroom, reading the room, I'm going to digress for a second if you don't mind. But when I was growing up, I grew up in an era where children were seen and not heard, and it wasn't a bad thing, right? It sounds terrible when you say it, but as kids we had to sit in the kitchen and eat our food while the parents were in the other room. We weren't allowed to. It was a different era. 14 years ago, I had my first child, and my world changed. And the reason my world changed is for the same reason my world changed personally is the lesson that I'm bringing into the boardroom, and that lesson is to listen, is to truly listen. And it's not just to listen to what's being said, it's to also listen to what's not being said. And I can't tell you the amount of times that I learn from my children because I listen. And listening is a very humbling and it's all about humility, right? Because to listen means you can't choose who you listen to. You have to listen to everyone. There's no picking and choosing who you will or will not listen to. And so as a mom, as a parent, as a business leader, that skill of listening to even the little voices in the room, I think is a very powerful skill.
Amazing, thank you. I think just taking from this idea of listening, I think it's an interesting one when you have multiple voices. And then I think about the concept of whose room is more prominent, who's leading people in a particular room. We're all departing from our own rooms, but there needs to be the meeting of minds. But I like the concept of listening. I'll tell you a story. And sometimes I think the missed opportunity to read the room might be a small thing, but it is a big thing. There was a campaign that Matt Lemon did, obviously, is to promote a product feature, that this thing is effective and it works fast, right? In the ad, they've got 3 profiles of people. They've got a call center agent, they've got a guy who's cleaning the windows, and a security guard. Obviously, to demonstrate that this thing works, the storyline is all these guys, they've got flu symptoms. Ho, 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 ho. And then, I don't know if that's how people talk. So, obviously, when they start the day, they've got niggles in their throats and whatever. Then they take Medlamin. And then, obviously, they become better. When I saw that, I felt like they didn't read the room. Now, if you understand the context of black people, being sick and going to work, it is a lived, serious issue where people force themselves to go to work even when they have more than flu. When I saw that, it felt like, what are you doing? Essentially, what they were doing was encouraging people to continue going to work even when they shouldn't. And people go to work with far serious issues. Somebody died, they've got a serious illness, but because of the fear of, I might lose this job, and if I lose this job, there's nothing I can fall back on. Now, in the context of trying to build a brand, trying to do all of those things, who is meant to be the guiding principle in ensuring that at least there's a room where everybody can agree and go into and say, this is the room that we should all be comfortable with, or at least know, understand the nuance, understand the depth of the flow, the breadth, the width, whatever. Just understanding the room in your context. And what I like is that you all come from different places, and agency, corporate, company, research, who is meant to be leading and designing the room? All of you. We can start with you.
So I think one of the most important things is giving your team the freedom, or giving them the parameters that they feel like they can add their voice to the mix. Because when people don't feel safe to voice their insights, that's when things get missed, and that's when brands make a faux pas and then they get cancelled or dragged, or their stuff gets boycotted. And I think that, one of the most progressive versions of this that I've seen, there's two corporates that I've seen really smart thinking around this. The one is when it comes to Checkers, for example, just in terms of the fact that everyone in the room feels like they're empowered to have their voice. We worked on a campaign which was around the 60/60 swindler, which was basically a spoof of the Tinder swindler. And there was an intern, and her name is Nasipi Wase. And Nasipi, who came to the room with that insight around, this is trending, people are talking about it, it's on Anele, it's everywhere. And she was the one that then got the missions on the app to link back to the actual cultural moment. And if she hadn't felt safe there, she wouldn't have been able to ever speak her mind. And then we built a video off the top of that, which got 8 million views in a weekend. And they had their 3rd biggest sales day in 60/60 history. So I think once again, you've got to enable those parameters where people feel safe to speak up. And then the other thing is developing a language where you can articulate between different teams and different suppliers. So AB InBev globally has this creative spectrum, and the creative spectrum is a score from 1 to 10, and each of those numbers has an adjective associated with it. So they've built a language that now clients can talk to agency, brand team can talk to brand team, internal competitor can talk to internal competitor, and you can see if you sit at a 5 or 6 original, or if you're going to the stage of 10 for iconic. And I think the mixture of a shared language and the mixture of being able to feel free to speak, those are two key instrumental ingredients to help you make better work that resonates.
Amazing. This intern, was it your intern?
No, Cheika's intern, yeah, at the R&D lab in Brackenfell.
Alright, you remember their name? You read the room.
I don't know if I've necessarily got a perspective, but I've got a question that I throw back at the panel with that, right? Which is, in the context of South Africa, where the insight is there that even when people are sick, they go to work. Had the ad been showing when you're sick, take the day off, Med Lemon will do the job, but you've also got a chance to recuperate, would that have landed and resonated with people, or would they have seen it as, but I don't get to take the day off?
I don't know, but what I do know is that, with creativity, you actually never know. Sometimes you leave with something that everybody feels like, it's the best thing ever, and it doesn't do anything. And the opposite is true. But I think, and this is something that I think is missing from advertising. Yes, it's advertising. We imagine and we manifest things that don't exist per se, in terms of creativity, creating. But I think if we reading the room, it's like the Pepsi thing with Jenna. They were trying to recreate the moment that was a real life thing, but they missed the thing. So I think there's always reality in the fact that we take insights from things that are true. I think that truth should come through in how we portray. So there was something about listening. I think it's a complicated process in that you need to hear the consumer. Sorry, not the consumer. The human. You need to hear the human, but also I think it's a fine balance of the different facets of what you're trying to achieve. The business objectives. There's Mike who wants to be the creative person. There's the human that we're trying to connect with. There are salespeople who are like, this thing must sell, who've got their own mandate. I think it's a fine balance. But within your remit, you must do your best to ensure that you've read the room. And I think we should all be like the intern, where in the room, we should speak up. We should call out certain things. I bet you, and I'm sure I'll win this bet, most black people, they sit there with a gut feeling. And I like what you said about it is a gut feeling, which I thought was interesting to your scientific thing with 1 to 10, and then you mentioned the gut feeling. There's a gut feeling that you have when something is said or when work is about to go out. Unfortunately, sometimes, like you're saying, there is no data point, but you just know. And everybody who will come across the work will know. I hope that answers your question. Who should lead in terms of designing and creating? So I imagine it as different rooms coming together, but we all want to exist in one room.
Sure.
Where we see the same thing. Who should lead that?
It's such a painfully clear answer, but in practice it happens pretty much no to no. The old funnel used to be, you start with the wonderful Kantar. I mean, really, of all the research agencies, let me tell you for free, Kantar's got the goods. And you say to Kantar, tell us what's happening out there. What are 24-year-old South African women thinking and worried about? And then Kantar comes back to you and says, these are the core issues. And then the normal process would be agency, then find us a creative output based on what you know. That's not how the funnel should work. Actually, the listening room takes out the title. There is data and there is instinct. The data confirms, the instinct allows you to creatively find a position, right? And that is outside of hierarchy of titles. Oftentimes, I also think there's not enough rigor applied to what an instinct is, what a true cultural insight is, what is instinct, and what is just a general observation. It can be an observation that we are selling more Chinese car brands. That doesn't make it an insight. It's a data point. I think there's not enough rigor applied to what is actually an insight, a commercial insight. And to me then, the way to get there is to take the title out of the room, to look at all stakeholders, be it your research agency, your creative agency, the brand team in the room, all the activations agencies in the room. Everyone has a point or a part to play in telling you this is what a true insight is. I'll make a specific reference on a brand that I worked on, which I truly adore because it's part of the fabric of what it means to be South African, a brand called Ginnomics. And we thought we were on the money with this brand. We're doing all the right things. We're showing up at cultural festivals. We were at Ricky Rick's thing. We were doing all the right things. And we invite Cantor into the room after spending quite a packet of money to tell us, based on everything we've done, our bullseye target, are we there yet? And Cantor says, according to our research pot, the people who are consuming your brand is a 45-year-old man who drives a Toyota Corolla and has a James government. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not the Ginnomics target. We want a young, energetic, gassy youth. So we spent all the money doing that, showing up at festivals, at places we thought were akin to this, where we were attaching ourselves to culture, not ingraining ourselves in it. And I think ingraining yourself in culture is a long-term piece of brand work. And long-term piece of brand work is investment. And you need to quantify and qualify that, and the rigor of the insight you find qualifies that. I'll say one more example, a brand like Sprite. I mean, if you're as old as I am, you'll remember the early 90s into the early 2000s, the Obey Your Thirst campaign. But beyond that, Sprite is a brand that has always stood for basketball and by extension hip-hop. It's a brand that's been in tune and akin to what that means. Before it was the thing to do, to go to a hip-hop festival. That brand stood there in the name of basketball, and it still does to this day. That's a long-term investment, and there's an insight attached to drinking a carbonated soft drink brand and being in the hip-hop basketball space. So yeah, to me, in order to arrive at that, you remove hierarchy from the room. You apply some rigor in terms of what is a true cultural insight and what is a generic observation. Not everything that is true for a white man who lives in Kempton Park and has 2 kids attending private schools is an insight. It can be just a generic and general data observation. And I think rigor needs to be applied with that. And to me, the way to get there is to not interact in the room like there is an owner. The brand doesn't own anything. We are all partners in an ecosystem trying to service this human busy being who's at the center of all that we do.
Amazing. Nuala, before you answer, I'm curious. If we think about the room from the globe, a continent, South Africa, why are we always prioritizing? There might be an obvious answer, but I think there might be nuance to it as well. Why do all brands prioritize youth and young people? For me, the 45-year-old is a person who grew with the brand, which I think is still an audience, but maybe understand from a brand building, penetration. But I'm always curious about why do brands always, in the hue of people that are available, we always go into this particular spectrum. Is the thinking they will grow with us, even though there's a whole bunch of other people that exist?
There's a funnel of a human busy being. At the start of the funnel is exactly what you're referring to, where you penetrate, right? Who at their first line do you start talking about the ideals of this brand too? As you move along, they graduate, they maybe get a job, and then they turn into an actual shopper. There's a different point or piece of communication specific to that person. So just because you're seeing a brand on social communicating a certain way, if you go in store, the comms are very much directed to a shopper. And that shopper, to your point of view, is probably somebody in a totally different age range. So I guess it's to say there's a channel perspective at play when we communicate. There's a core bullseye for every brand, but in every channel we communicate, right, there is an end-of-line shopper. At the moment, I work on brands that sit very much in the kiddie space. So we have a really tight marketing to children policy. And for that reason, a lot of what we communicate is shopper-led. Who makes the purchase? Right? So we're talking to her, but in the background, we're trying to convince the person who has to ask for it by name. For her to go to the store to make the purchase, somebody in the back of the car has to say, Mom,
make sure that's in your basket when you get into Checkers. So I think just because you're seeing the funnel at one point, it doesn't mean they are forgotten at any time.
Amazing. Oh, did you want to add on?
I was just going to add to that from a commercial point of view. It's a big mistake for a brand to say, I'm going to take this demographic and grow with them and forget about everything else, because at some point that inevitable thing, death happens. And when your audience get to that point where essentially they've died off from your income statement, it's really difficult for you to now go back and try and convince the youth. So what you should be doing, if you're being commercially responsible, yes, keep your eye on the prize in terms of that demographic that you've got that's at the core of your brand, but it's also really important to make sure that you're farming your future customer base still while they're still at that point of entry.
Okay, so basically the room is filled with different kinds of people. That's a different other room. Thank you. Right.
Yeah, I think my answer is quite maybe simplistic in that the answer for me is the person in the room we should be listening to is the human, is the consumer. Ultimately, it's not the CFO, it's not the CMO. And I think we need to be listening beyond demographics, as you said, so beyond age, beyond gender. We need to be listening to culture. And I think the example you mentioned of a brand that got it wrong is when your insights are not rooted in culture. I think if the starting point is understanding the consumer holistically, including their cultural tensions, and just remember, cultural tensions are two opposing things. I want to be a great mom, but I also want to be a great, fantastic business leader. Those are two opposing things. They're tensions. Brands need to understand that. And I think when we dip in and out of culture, we run the risk of what's called cultural tourism. It's like when you have your plate of food at night and you sprinkle some seasoning. That's what it is. And culture shouldn't be that. Culture should live much longer than your brand. It should outlast your next creative campaign. And culture is important because attention has flattened. Growth in this economy is hard. It is hard to meet your KPIs. It is hard to meet sales, and many businesses are starting to operate away from the long term and much more in the short term, in the present, and what sales means this week and this month. And so you do need a very deep understanding of cultural nuances for your brand, so that you are tapping into what's important for today, but also for what's important for the longer term.
Amazing. So, in closing, we have 1 minute, 2 minutes. We're done. Okay. In closing, 30 seconds. What should people take away in terms of the context of reading the room? Just one headline, one sentence.
I think a lot of agencies sell this thing about, we play in culture. And I think exactly to your point, it's not about playing, it's about living, breathing, obsessing. And it's not a play. It's like Denzel Washington. He says, it's not checkers, it's chess. You've got to be in there all the time. You've got to be living and breathing it. And I think that's where this plain culture is the sprinkles, which is absolutely misguided.
Amazing. Thank you.
I think for me it would actually be to summarize in saying that when it comes to listening in the room, there isn't a leader. It's a collective effort. And then there's a decision maker that says, this is what we're doing.
Like that.
Yeah, I think great brands need better listeners.
The last thing I want to say is that consumers trust brands more than they trust government institutions. It is our responsibility as brands to be focused on culture, and we need to ensure that we have the permission from consumers to speak to them in their culture.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Let's just give him a huge round of applause just one more time. Nuala, you mentioned something there that consumers or humans humans trust brands more than they trust governments. So maybe the next elections, one of the brands, someone needs to stand up and be the president of our country. But anyway, we'll head into the very last panel for the day. And this one is a conversation looking beyond logos, how brand partnerships create business value. And this conversation is all about collaboration. We hear a lot about collaboration when it comes to influencers, but how about collaboration when it comes to brand and business to business, and how that partnership can move beyond optics to create genuine business impact. Like I said, brand partnerships are everywhere, but not all partnerships create substance. And to help us in this conversation, it will be moderated by Noni Kumalo, and joining her will be Kurt Schauder, Siyabonga Zungu, Zef Masode, and lastly, Taryn Knight. This conversation is how brand partnerships create real business value. Please welcome them to stage.
Thank you.
Hello. You guys. Good. Am I audible? Fantastic. I think before we get into the conversation, indulge me just for a couple of seconds, right? Let's talk about something that most of us do, and I'm guilty of that, right? Which is like scrolling through your phone. And some of us do it more than we should, like myself. But I'm not here to judge you. I'll scroll up. There's a story here, so I need to stick with it. So as you're scrolling, maybe in the middle of the night or in between meetings, you come across a very powerful comes in NBA, comes in Sprite. Two very, very powerful brands who are reunited after decades of combination. And there's absolutely no way that you can think of one Sprite impossible. And I'm giving away our ages. We all still even remember the slogan for Sprite. We do. I'm going to count to three, then we all say it together. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Allah, Allah. Please. A round of applause for you. Now, what we know about this partnership is that, of course, with Sprite, they're now the exclusive partner for soft drinks for NBA globally. But we'll find out what that has done. That's the question and the conversation that we are having today. As mentioned, my name is Noni Kumalo. I am an SABC News host. I'm a YFM radio presenter and a multi-award winning radio and TV producer. And I'm just here to moderate. Definitely not on me because I'm not the expert. But with me is an incredible panel, very esteemed, and they're coming here to tell us all about partnerships. And as I say their names, I need them to just raise their hands so that you're also quite familiar with them. First up, we have Sia Zungu, who's the marketing and stakeholder manager at Old Mutual for Masisizane Fund. That's over there. Then we have Zef Masote, head of NBA South Africa. Then the rose among the thorns, Taryn Knight, who's head of marketing at Ford South Africa. And last but definitely not least, we've got Kurt Schroeder, the founder and managing director of Double Shift. Fantastic. And they're here to really break down the importance of partnerships and why they feel right, why they're intentional. And of course, right now, we're talking all things culture, right? We're talking about high value, and I'm going to come straight to you. I want us to chat about just high value and what that actually means practically today. When you think of brands and their partnerships, what is high value? Yeah?
There we go. High value. I think that hasn't really changed. I think that the definition of value has certainly changed in my industry, specifically automotive. But if you think of high value brands, what it means in my world is the investment the brand has made in the country. I think of brands as citizens of the country. I mean, we're citizens in people's lives if we are given permission to be. And that is a huge responsibility. So for me, it's always been, what is the brand invested in the country? And what can they authentically claim to be? And how is that then valued by, I'll call them the consumers. But in my world, in automotive, consumers are sometimes fans. They may sometimes be people that can't buy your brand, but they absolutely love your brand. They will wear the merchandise, etc., etc. But they may not be able to purchase the brand itself, and all of that holds value. And it's how do you look after that and grow that, so that when you hand the brand over to the next person, it's in a better state than it was when it was given to you.
Fantastic. So, what's your definition of high value when it comes to brand partnerships?
Good afternoon, all. I think high value for us is having shared value. It's not just about us as the NBA or brand XYZ. It is creating lasting legacies, but can we know what it is we share together as partners, or would-be partners? So if you are coming, use your Sprite example, the high-value relationship between the NBA and Sprite is NBA is at the epicenter of culture globally, right? We go beyond the court, so there's 48 minutes that happen of basketball. It is high intensity, high energy. But think of what happens when someone wakes up in the morning, they pick up their phone, they play their favorite jams. Pretty much hip-hop comes through, right? The threads that they put on, they'll put on the Lakers or Golden State Warriors jersey, even though they're not going to play basketball. We're already infused into what people are doing. Then they go out and jam. The lingo that we speak, it has references like, man, that's clutch, right? Clutch, for the uninformed, is when something is, when you throw a three-pointer and you are beating the buzzer beater, right? That's clutch. You making a difficult shot under pressure. We bring all of that to a high-value partner like Coca-Cola with the sub-brand Sprite. Sprite is leaning into our capabilities to infuse them into this culture. But now it's the intent that we have together for us to be able to share the value of the fan base that we bring. But of course, we then want to elevate and respond to the problem statement that Sprite may have. And then high value then becomes, how do we both respond to the fan base, because we're chasing the same person? Yeah. We are the providers of a beautiful product manifest as basketball in NBA, and they've got great products such as Coca-Cola, Sprite, and the like. Now speaking to one person, we create value for them, and we stitch up a story that hopefully creates resonance for both of us, and in that partnership, it then becomes high value.
Resonance. I like that. Siya umphathi phela sila ngawe today. What is high value for you?
High value for us, or for me, is all our ecosystem partners and our players in that ecosystem. And I'm not even looking at brands. We look at the consumer, the impact of the communities that we operate in. All those people play a different role, and they become very important in our partnership modeling system. We play different. We have different. We've got the same impact goal, but different goals in that impact. And from a funding perspective, especially when you look at Masizana Fund as a business, our aim is to transform the economy and empower those rural areas with businesses that can create more jobs. Our partners have different goals to us, but we need them to execute what our impact narrative is. So for us, everybody in that ecosystem plays a valuable role, and we kind of always try to see, how can you help us in that journey? We can't solve all problems by ourselves. So from a high value perspective, anybody that is willing and able to assist us to help that impact narrative becomes our value partner.
I love that. It's about really working together. Kurt, what's your take on this?
Going last after everybody's given such great definitions. I'm not going to...
They took all your ideas.
Yeah, exactly. So I won't just say copy-paste. I think not to improve on what's already been shared, so perhaps to look at it differently. When we talk about high value, there are quite literally the transactional components. Partnership between the NBA and Sprite. The NBA is a culture-shaping organization, right? So when we talk about the Golden State Warriors, we talk about Steph Curry, we're talking about coming in clutch. I think we can see as commercial individuals how many moments there are for commercialization in that world. You forget that there's just joy, that there's culture, there's shared community and identity that gets built around that. So that same individual who may or may not drink Sprite but walks out wearing a Golden State Warriors shirt, as soon as they see somebody across the road who they've never met before and wearing a similar jersey or a rival jersey, there's something, right? Like there is a value that's been created. There's either, even in rivalry, there's community, there's connection. And I think even in the organizations that are represented by those brands within the NBA Africa or South Africa, within Sprite and Coca-Cola, these partnerships add to our everyday. We come to work and we want to, in some instances, drive a Ford or drive a Toyota, and that's a debate for another day. But to be able to live in that brand, as you say, to be invited into the culture, that's high value. Because again, to previous panelists, so important to remind us that we're not just consumers in a funnel measured by LSM and geofencing. We are people who build culture and we have joy. And I think high value partnerships, I could say between the NBA and Sprite, a lot of joy, a lot of shareholder value, a lot of joy. So that's high value.
I love that. A lot of connection, a lot of joy, but also a lot of emotion. But maybe just to go back to you, Kurt, and then we'll run it down the line. I think finding partnerships can be very difficult, right? Not just in everyday relationships, but also as brands. How do one find the right partner for the organization?
I think very often your consumers have already done it. And maybe we're stuck in boardrooms trying to do Venn diagrams of where their audiences integrate with our audiences. I'm born and raised in Pretoria, Blue Bulls fan, failed cricketer, so I was a fan of the Titans, and all of the associations that come with that. When Klipdrift decide to be a sponsor of the Blue Bulls, you don't need a Venn diagram to see that. There is a consumer base who made that decision for you. And I think that if we again speak about the fact that high value is about being invited as a citizen and a stakeholder into our consumers' world, very often if we were to sit at the court, if we were to sit where our products are being consumed, if we sat in the forecourts of fueling partners around the country, what are the other brands being consumed by our consumers? A really good place to find kinship. A separate conversation I'm sure we could touch on is what does that look like practically in terms of commercial partnerships. But I think when you're considering a good brand partnership, oftentimes the consumer have made a good decision before you have. You just have to watch and listen to what they're doing.
Yeah, there's nothing we can add to that. I think, unless there's something anybody feels differently, but I think it really does come down to that. The only thing I would build on that with is values. One of the most important things for us, especially for Ford, we're the longest standing automotive brand in this country. Many people think it is the other brand, but we've been here 40 years longer than that. We're over 100 years in this country, 103 to be precise. Wow. And people don't know that. We were the first automotive brand in this country. And so we actually happen to have a partner in our Ford Wildlife Foundation who's also celebrating their 100 years this year in the Wildlife and Environmental Society of South Africa. So you want to talk about, real investment and being in the country for long, and to have them as a partner, you know what they're standing for. And you know that they're here to protect our heritage and invest in this country and protect its natural resources and all of those things for over a century. And we're here to add value to the country, create jobs, invest in the incredible education and all of the great things that we do for over 100 years. So when you have that alignment on values and that level of commitment, that's a powerful partnership.
But But maybe let's stick there, Taryn, because you're speaking so passionately about this collaboration. But I think something deep is co-creating with a brand of that. What does that actually look like when you're sitting with them and you're coming up with this incredible concept? Just take us through it.
It's a very emotional experience, and it's not just, with something like wildlife, which I think a lot of people do feel emotional about. Yeah. It's even the short-term partnerships that we've had, because you get long-term partnerships, you get quick short-term things, people contacting us saying, we need a vehicle for a couple of weeks, or we want to do this thing. For me, I know, and as a marketer, a lot of what we do, as much as there's numbers and all of those things, there is still an instinct to it. And when you are talking about your customers, they're very passionate about theirs, we're very passionate about ours. When you find yourself in a conversation and you're going, yes, and also we could, and you know what we could also do, and then there's this other thing, and then imagine if that comes off, we could do this. That emotion, and that when you're building on each other and you find yourself getting way ahead of yourself, that's when you know you're onto a good thing. And so there's co-creation within the boardroom. But what I love even more than that is when you start to see co-creation, from your consumers. When they start to say, okay, cool, I can now see this connection, I can do this. And when you see that level of co-creation, then you're really onto something.
Sure. You speak about instinct, and unfortunately that's not something you can really measure. And I want us to then get into that word in the office, ROI, return on investment, especially when it comes to partnerships. It's not just about money, right? But sometimes it's about it's character, it's that instinct, it's that grit. How do you then measure ROI when the partnership is beyond just the money, but more about feeling and emotion and that connection? Who wants to take that one? Oh, let's go.
So the NBA Africa business is a fairly young business. Yeah. We have a double-edged sword with us. We've got the Big Brother brand, which is the NBA that everyone knows, but there's NBA Africa that is domiciled here in South Africa and operates across the continent. Now, we speak about, you ask about ROI and how do we measure it beyond rands and cents. Yeah. We've got to go back to how then do we form on the continent. We come at a place when the 90s were rip-roaring, there was strips in the 90s, early 90s, and then Sprite took over, right? Grant Hill was the influencer of the time. He became emblazoned all over the spot. And then the NBA took its first step by coming into the continent in 2003. Quiet for about 7 years, and in 2010 we launched an office. That was the first proper big investment that the NBA made on the continent. Set up an office, but with that, we had to find local partners. It couldn't just be a commercial venture where we said, we are selling XYZ for you to get that, because the NBA happens at midnight when no one really is buying TV sports on TV, on SABC or on SuperSport. So we have to go beyond the court and develop the game from grassroots. We then partnered up with Royal Bafokeng Sports. They were the first partner to come on board, and we developed a program called Junior NBA. Junior NBA trains, to date, kids from the age of 8 to 14, and then other programs kick in from there. But they were the first ones to come on board as a partner to develop this product, which has now become a global flagship for youth development within basketball. Since 2010 to date, Royal Bafokeng stands as a partner. From there, we've trained over 25,000 children from Phokeng and across South Africa. In fact, on an annual basis, we touch over 100,000 kids through the Junior NBA program, funded in part by Royal Bafokeng, right? Through that, then spawned the NBA Academy, which is in Senegal, but the foundation, the genesis of it, came from Phokeng. And out of there, last year's number 10 draft pick into the NBA, Kaman Maluach, who last week made his first start in the NBA as a 19-year-old African kid, came from this project, right? So it really is ROI beyond money. It's a long-standing partnership. Because we're developing humans, it's not a put in X and get it tomorrow, measure it tomorrow. It takes at least 5 years for us to be able to bake and cook and see a product, right, which is able to go on and flourish and prosper into the NBA or into other various avenues of sport. Within the office, within the building of NBA, we've got 6 youth that have come through the program from Phuket, have become coaches, and are now corporatistas within the NBA business in South Africa and in other offices across the continent. So the investment and partnerships that we build from grassroots is not just grassroots for kids, it's also grassroots for career development. And of course, we do enjoy some commercial benefit coming from there as well.
Yeah, impact. It's time.
I was gonna say, Sia.
Yeah.
Money versus heart.
Let's talk about money now. No, but jokes aside, I think from an impact perspective, how we measure ROI is it's long term, and you need a corporate that is dedicated into long term impact. 181 years since, so 104. So, but I think it's a long-term approach, and all of our initiatives have been long-term in nature. You can't change mindsets with short-term goals. I'll give you one example. You know that Old Mutual is a financial institution, and the whole idea is that inclusion in the economy is financial literacy. Financial literacy is not going to be taught in 6 months, in a workshop, in a course, and so forth. We need to do this continuously in a long term. I'm not going to be able to report back next year to say, the matric pass rate has increased by this much because of our interventions. It's a long-standing initiative that we try to do. From a group social investment, which is Old Mutual's impact narrative, you're going from foundation, which is education, mother tongue language teaching in terms of mathematics and science. How do you provide inclusive education to the rural areas? Then you go to learnership programs. Then we go into from there. They fall into like our Masizana Fund, which is our impact fund narrative. We've got Old Mutual ESD, which invests in businesses that come back into the supply chain of Old Mutual. For example, since the inception of Masizana Fund, there's 1 billion that's been invested in SMMEs. Some successes, some failures, but those learnings are repoured into the community that we operate in. So the greater concept for us is that let's have a long-term approach to this, and let's change the narrative, not change the ROI or KPIs. The KPIs are honestly going to be meaningless currently until you change the narrative. And if you're going to change the narrative, there is a commercial gain to it, because a more financially literate society is a better society for the institutions like an Old Mutual, for example, or someone who wants to buy a car, or somebody wants to play NBA and buy tickets. So if we're not financially aware, if we're not financially literate, we are excluding a big portion of the society that is in this country, and so that becomes our impact narrative, and then our measure on that is what we do to change those communities' lives. When you go back in 10 years, and it's a sustainable change, and I think that's the mistake we make. Sometimes we want to do boardroom sheets that just tick boxes. We spoke to 1,000 kids, we've done this, we've invested in this much, but how meaningful, how long-term is that impact? So I think that's the approach that we try to have, and even in the partnerships that we want to have, is that I do believe, and I'm a great proponent of, as corporates, the key is to how do you collaborate with other corporates that believe in South Africa. So whether it's odd and it's obscure, we don't mind, but the core goal is to change the communities we operate in. And whether we partner with the Ford, we partner with the NBA, essentially, if we can find a common goal to change those communities' life, there's openness to that conversation.
So when you guys were 100, did you call yourselves Young Mutual? Now that you're getting to 200, you're like, we're Old Mutual. I think if I may just add, I literally have been waiting for like 2 months. But I think if I may, Noni,
Yes, please.
Because I think there's something very interesting when you talk about investing in the talent, because there's just something that's so linked to the MBA in terms of investing in that talent and feeding that funnel of incredible talent and financial astuteness and those things. Maybe just to add another layer, because I think return on investment on partnerships is so key. So maybe just to bring it to a real business hard case, because I think what I struggle with the most is partnerships that are year to year, or even if you're trying to negotiate partnerships that are 3 to 5 years in our space, maybe it's different in your spaces and the way you do your attribution is different. But it's actually really hard. And I would consider myself someone who has good relationships. I know it's very unusual as a marketer, but I really strive for good relationships with the financial teams and the legal and all of those guys who usually don't like marketing. But, it's really important when you maybe have a consumer good that's maybe more tangible, like a car or FMCG, that you're actually able to demonstrate that this partnership is bringing you sales. And if you're in FMCG, you're talking about like immediate sales. Like you put a campaign out there, you literally are going to be measured within a couple of days as to whether it's having impact. And, maybe that's something you can chat to maybe a bit more in your line of work. I can't really speak to that because I've really invested my career in automotive. And so the interesting challenge we have is you're talking through partnerships to customers that only purchase your product at the moment every 5 to 7 years. It used to be 3 to 5. And it's a big investment. You all know it's other than a house, it's, the biggest investment people make. And some people choose to rent, so their car is it. So you might get into a partnership where the majority of the audience in that space that you're working have just bought a vehicle. So they're 2 years into their contract. They're not looking at buying another car for another 3 to 5 years. So how do you then show that all the work you're doing, all of that kind of multi-point brand love that you're investing in, that's going to result in the ultimate sale when they put a lead through in the February, and then they actually only sign the deal and pay for the vehicle 3 months after that. You can't link that back to all the work you've been putting into cycling or golf or whatever it might be for 5 years of a partnership. So the two things that I think on a more, sort of KPI level is knowing what success looks like up front. So really defining with the partner, what success is going to look like up front. Knowing how to change what that looks like when you actually get into the partnership, because that's also great. You think, okay, it's going to be exactly like this. I can tell you in my space that how you get there and how you actually measure it and how you attribute it is really over like 5 to 7 years. It's quite tricky. So define it up front. Know what your strengths and weaknesses are as a partnership. I need to be honest about, as our company, we've got checks and balances, we're very strong on governance, etc. We might partner with people who are very entrepreneurial and they're like, we're going to get you so many leads and it's going to be amazing. And there's two different worlds, and you've got to know what you're working with as a partnership up front, and you've got to know what success looks like up front so that you don't get to the end and go, flip, how do we define our ROI now? And then you've also got to really understand how you're going to measure your attribution along the way. But maybe you can chat a little bit more around like immediate results. I know you probably have more experience.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think when we talk about ROI and the immediate results, the key is to defining success between the two partners. Because, without sounding like a guest lecture, the distinction between a brand partnership and a marketing partnership are different. If we're brand partners, where brand is an investment into your next sales and into future sales, right? So you're not, I would imagine, at Ford looking to get an immediate uptick in sales next week when you're looking at a partnership with an old mutual. No, there you might want to say next week. But if you're investing in like you said, into partners who are invested into our natural habitat, that's not necessarily a hot retail space where you're going to get 14 new inquiries on a new Ranger, right? So brand is investing in future sales. Short-term marketing initiatives or sprints or activities or events may be very heavily driven and focused on leads or sales now. Much more trackable, of course, in fast-moving consumer goods, in tangible products. It's more, it gets complicated as soon as you've got these omni-channel experiences, because as humans, anything is obscure, we'll put in our own data points to tell the story. We haven't had more sales, that partnership must be the problem. It could be any number of things, and we want to be able to do a 5-year brand partnership where we're investing in future value as well as present value for both of us, versus you're working with an influencer because there's a Valentine's campaign that you want to smash through February. That's very short and tactical. So I think even when you were saying now, it makes me nervous where you go, the ROIs and KPIs aren't relevant. Well, they aren't relevant if they weren't created, if they were imposed on you. And then we do the thing that corporates do. The arrows must be up and to the right and be green. Ooh, red arrow is bad. If that's how we measure that are irrelevant or that are less relevant. I think if partners are able to sit down and go, what is our long-term value? What is that return on investment? Putting an athlete in the NBA from Africa, come on, that's amazing. That wouldn't have been something where it's like, okay, so by next quarter, is that okay? So it's ridiculous, right? So what are the relative ROIs?
But Kurt, here's my challenge, right? Now you're selling this player from Africa to NBA. Long term, it's in the future. How do you sell it to your boss? How do you sell it? Because you're saying, this is my dream. I really believe that we can have a star coming from Africa in the NBA. How do you sell it and that partnership actually becomes a thing?
Shucks. No. Yeah, look. I think that you're talking about, and again, this comes back to impact. I think that there's, I'm conscious of the fact of the great cloud of witnesses that we have here and some of our friends and partners who are with us. It shouldn't be that we reach a point of maturity as a corporate where we have enough moral tax and margin to be able to invest in talent. We're big enough and our EBITDA is strong enough that we could shave a little bit of tax off to invest in a young African. Come on now. If that's... So my argument would be, if my leader needs me to convince them I'm probably employed in the wrong place, for me personally, I wouldn't have to struggle with that leader. If you're in an organization where you're really struggling to convince a leader, it may be because they genuinely cannot afford the fees. Come on now, India, let's make it reasonable. But I think that then comes way back down to morals and ethics and what is leadership. And I loved, again, how we started this conversation to talk about brands as citizens. If we have a mandate to invest in Africa and Africans, which seems to be a shared commonality here, the five of us shouldn't have to fight with the leader to go, we have a really talented person who might need 5 years of love and attention and special care to be able to get them somewhere that they never would have been able to get before. And forget the story. If anybody who's read Born a Crime by Trevor Noah, you can have your opinions about the man. But he talks about that metaphor of teach a man to fish, and he'll be able to provide for himself forever. That's nonsense. Who's going to give him the fishing rod? Right? Because
the boat.
You can exactly.
The boat.
So and Trevor talks about this, where we go, great. I wasn't just given a fish. Now I know how to fish. Oh my goodness! There's no water. There's no boat. There's no fishing rod. We need to give people fishing rods. And you, again, to your point as well, 6 months time we can't go, hey, everybody's financially literate. Financially literate with what? 1,100 Rand a month? Fishing rods.
I think, just to add to your point.
You don't have to apologize. Thank you for that. I want this to be a conversation. So when you do want to butt in, please don't say sorry. But straight in.
And I think to your point, that's why I kind of lent on ROI is irrelevant. And this is specifically for us, right? For group social investment. And it's not irrelevant it's a throwaway, just don't do anything. It's irrelevant in the mindset of how you approach challenges. Some things we're not going to. If you think about it, look at an organization and say, can my money be better served somewhere else? Probably. And it'll make more money. But I won't have an ROI battle with bank and insure or invest. They will take that R1 million and do much more with it from a business perspective. So I'm never going to have an ROI conversation with those type of people. And that's why I think sometimes the mentality of how we approach conversations to say, we just want to do good for South Africa. I might be investing in this just because I want to see a great community, a pool somewhere in the middle of nowhere. From a return on investment, I promise you now, I can make more money somewhere else. But I can't have that and still want to do impact. And I think that's why we try to stray away from the business think and the boardroom vision of how we look at brands sometimes, where we just want to see how many likes and how many retweets. And there's also this phenomena where sometimes the ROI becomes the goal. You know, so if I'm just focused on ROI, I will do ROI things. I'll get the most likes. I'll be controversial as long as I'm getting, and that's where you kind of start having that in society, where the goal becomes the measure, as opposed to having an actual tangible result that you're trying to achieve, and the measure is the true reflection of what you're doing, not the main reason you're existing, is to tick a box. And I think that's where we try to straddle that from a measurement perspective, but also from a collaboration perspective, because there's things I always, as I said, there's just so many people to partner with, there's so many people to collaborate with, upwards, downwards, whether it's influencers, whether it's other brands. At the end of the day, if you have a shared vision and goal, that's who you want to collaborate with. And I think sometimes it happens right now with the influencer space where everybody wants to come and say, let's do something with all this. Like, your content doesn't even say anything about financial literacy. You don't even the purchase decisions you make. So we
You're judging us. Yes, judge.
So, but it has to have some brand alignment, right? So partnership must have some level of brand alignment. Are you a trusted brand? Are you reputable? Do you add to the value of the brand that we have? If there's a mismatch in that, there's this disingenuousness, and if there's disingenuous, your goals are not going to be met in either way, you know.
If I can, I think what's clear is there's a distinction between corporate partnerships or brand partners that have commercial outcomes, in which case the ROI needs to be defined. But then you've got your social investment and your country investment partnerships, which have a completely different way of discussing ROI. So those, I think what's good is that we've covered that there's both. Yeah. And the only thing I know our lovely lady in Ford Blue is, it has a name, not Ford Blue, in Ford Blue over there. She's calling us to wrap, but I just want to leave with just the personal thought from my side is, how lucky are we that we work in a country that at a time where the people we work with in senior leadership and really understand the importance of investing in education, talent, in all of those good things that we feel so passionate talking about. Because not too long ago, just a generation ago, we struggle with this big divide. And so you don't have to really convince people in business that we're exposed to of how important it is to invest in this stuff. Yeah. And I mean, that is something for South Africa that I think we are very fortunate with, and we must never lose, is that heart. And I think what's really important is always to remember, what binds us as humans. And if you're investing in those kind of emotions and those kinds of things and those kinds of skills, then we're really on the right track. And it's great to be in a country where you don't have to explain why we need to do it.
Fantastic. And I think that's why Africa is rising. They found us, and that's why these conversations become so important. I think if we can just have parting words, you've had yours, Kurt, I'll get back to you. One lesson, one insight from this conversation.
I think measuring a shared understanding of what the value is of your partnership, that ROI is relative, as we said. So what is the result and the impact that we want? That's it. There's been so many good things.
Yeah.
I'm so conscious of time.
I got you. I love it. Timekeeper.
I don't know. I think taking from here is that I think let's open ourselves to partnerships. Yeah. Let's position ourselves well to partnering somebody. And let's also just do some research on the people you want to partner with, so that you know what value you're adding to them and them to you. And I think those type of approaches, and I think network, if I wanted to say something in this room, network, talk to people, to get out of your shell and engage, because I think that's the only way we can move forward as a country, is if we always collaborate, engage, and see opportunities within each other.
No pressure.
Right. We've spoken about shared value, but what's come out from the panel here is a willingness from corporates or corporate citizens to find each other, right? To create those linkages for partnerships. So I think we need to double down on those to create that shared value that has a massive impact. Yes, commercials are great, but I think what we leave as a lasting legacy are the stories that we'll be telling our grandchildren, that at some stage I sat at an organization that actually did this and this and this, and look at now from a basketball perspective, South Africa is not considered a basketball nation, but we've got this many people. South Sudan, war-ravaged country, has produced this much talent. I think it is those shared values from partnerships, but willingness from corporates for us to actually be able to sit together and actually find each other.
Yeah, I love that, especially because you come from a myriad of industries. Do we have any time for Q&A?
No, we don't.
We don't. Okay, fantastic. I think a huge round of applause for the panel. Thank you so much for involving us. Have a lovely afternoon. Well, thank you very much, Noni. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. I know with every panel discussion and every topic that we do have, there's just so much to say. There's so much to get through, and there's so much that we want to learn. It's okay. And there's so much that we want to get through, but yeah, we do need to be quite conscious of time. And on that note, that is the end of day one. Okay, no class is fine. So thank you very much. I'd just like to just take the opportunity to thank all of our partners, our host partner, Masisiza Fund, our summit partners, Brand South Africa, Telkom, as well as Unilever, our out-of-home partner, Prime Media, and of course our agency partner, Lerado Agency. Thank you to all of you for joining us for day one. We'll see you on day two. I just want to leave you with this. It's a scripture from the Bible. I'm a Christian girl. Of course, I'm going to end with the scripture. Oh yes, oh yes. It says that when we come to conferences like this, right, usually we just keep on learning. So the scripture says that may you never always be learning and never coming to the full knowledge of the things that you're learning. So may we not only be in spaces like this and just learn from what we heard and then go out there and just sound smart, but let's implement every single thing that we have learned today. So I'm going to leave you with that. And on that note, have a safe trip. Make sure that you do validate your parking tickets at the reception. And I'll see you for day two.